Where we left off with RoadCraft, we're going to go back into the Deluge map, which has been a pretty fun map so far. Compared to the other map, this map feels like it's given us a lot more opportunity to just build roads and bridges and all that kind of stuff. Of the maps, this one seems like the infrastructure is the most just destroyed. Whereas a lot of the other maps, it was just you'd build your occasional road or bridge and like maneuver stuff through and ship stuff. No complaining about it. But this one is definitely like, yeah, the reservoir has utterly destroyed this area. You know, here's some long roads you have to build, but otherwise you got a lot of stuff to work on. Okay, so where we left off, I need to build a road where? Is that the road we're building way down here? I got 2 roads down here to build. Because we just built the road up here towards the dam. Yeah, so we've basically explored most of the map. Clearly there's more up here I haven't checked out. There might be more underneath there. And this is mostly just water in the middle here that we haven't checked out. So with that, I've got a road down here to build. I've got a road over here to build. Which road are you? Yeah, so would probably exit right out here, build this road, then build that road. Okay, let's work on that in the meantime. And then we got like power and all that to run. So this is one of those cases, I don't see a reason to move the vehicles here. We'll just teleport them down because we're right there. Okay, so we could start here by grabbing our little friend there. Okay, so we are tracking. That's literally the one we need to do. Okay, so we just need to access place this out. Start putting down the sand, getting all going. So you're initially rolling your eyes a bit at Split Fiction, but it's actually quite good. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, it's the same thing when you're playing It Takes Two. That a little bit of it's over the top kind of whatever. And so you're like, I don't know about this. But really the magic for it is as you're playing in the game, you're both getting different abilities, and that's nothing new in games. Like, you can go back to games like The Lost Vikings and all that, and the different characters have different powers and all that. That's nothing new to video games at all. But the difference is like, literally every area, they give you an entirely different set of abilities. And so with It Takes Two, when we consider it, you have kind of the rotation is you go from, you know, Mio's world to Zoe's world the first time. And, you know, one has one set of abilities, then you go to the other, you have the other set of abilities. And you repeat that twice, I believe. And then you do, like, your final chapter. And that also had us, you know, having separate abilities. So you kind of go through 3 rotations of 2 sets of abilities per rotation. At least. There's some one-off areas where they give you very simplistic abilities. And then you have the side story, sometimes had a bunch of that as well. So really, when you look into it, you've got a bunch of repeating things. Now, granted, some of the abilities were very similar-ish. Like, there was multiple times where one of us got an ability to grapple to something and then stick to it. But it did seem like they tried to go back and forth so it wasn't the same person every time. But yeah, I think it was good. And for those who are checking out this VOD later on the RoadCraft side, on the actual stream we recorded this, it was one of those things that I played with Split Fiction with my wife for the first half of the stream, and then the second half we're doing RoadCraft. Hence why so much of the conversation is around the game we just were playing. But yeah, so as you can see, we're building the roads. I am piling the sand up a bit more than I need to. I also see I've got a route failed somewhere, so let's go fix that real fast if we care about it. So infrastructure. That route failed in the middle of an area that looks fine. Oh, I think I remember the problem is one of these routes is going up and the other one's going down, and so they were colliding into each other. Right. So that's just going to be a problem. And I could take the time to figure out 2 of them, but because you only get credit for, like, the stuff route so many times, I'll just let it go until I stop getting anything of value out of it, and then we'll cancel it and go the other way. I'm sure with as many roads as I've got to build, as long as I don't have routes that are just bad, that'll be a thing that handled. One thing we also did the last stream of this is if we look, it was somewhere up here. Where was it? There was somewhere along here that I needed to run a route. And it was going to be a big pain. And so we put down, oh, it was here. Yeah, so if you look at this, I didn't make an actual road, but we put down all of this sand the entire way to get over this way. From over here. I very well could have taken a different route. We could have gone to this back road. Honestly, this back road probably would have been easier, because it would have gone down all the way to around here and probably just had to put some sand there for the mud. But it's fine. That's kind of part of the fun of this game, is you are presented with a problem and you have a bunch of different ways to deal with it. Because another thing I could have done is that we go back over here. So I could have gone up and over, down and around. I could have just cut through the middle, which, you know, that's in our road. You can also do something that's like split the difference. I could just go along this ridge here, cut down the trees, and gone up there. Like, there's lots of options. And I could have made like a sand bridge across there, or I could have literally just gone and say, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with this, and just slap down a wood bridge across the water. Like, that's kind of the beauty of the game, is there's some things like this road where I have to build a road right here that's kind of constrained. But there's a lot of ones just like, yeah, get the stuff from A to B. Alright, we'll figure it out. Now, I still do hold that I think it makes sense that we don't have this functionality in SnowRunner, because it's just one of those things that once you fix a road, it's never difficult anymore. So your commutes would just get long but not interesting. And so the main fight in SnowRunner is dealing with all sorts of crappy routes and just kind of having to maneuver and muscle your way through it, like figuring out how to get through the route where you can successfully do so. Where this one's about creating routes that aren't terrible to go through. So in a lot of ways, they're kind of antithesis to each other. That I feel like if we gave ourselves the levers to pull in SnowRunner where we could just fix our roads, then that's what you would do, is you'd just fix your roads and then drive along your relatively safe and uneventful roads. At the same token, if they make the roads expensive to build or very laborious or whatever, then it either, one, you can get yourself in trouble where now you can't get any of the equipment you need because you're just building all your roads, and maybe that's okay. Or two, you can get yourself in more of a soft lock risk where you spend too much money on your roads and suddenly don't realize you didn't leave yourself enough money for fuel and all that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, it's not to say we shouldn't have any of the mechanics come from this over to SnowRunner. I could go for something a little bit like Expeditions, where maybe instead of like a full-on you just build bridges everywhere kind of thing, like maybe you would have maybe you'd have like a deployable bridge, but it's very limited in space and all that. So you'd end up like giving yourself some of the tools from Expeditions that we were able to get around. Now, some of them can be a little bit too powerful, like, you know, if you let the person have a bunch of anchors, then you got to build all your maps with the expectation that the person will have to use anchors. I honestly, and this is going to be probably a hot take, I honestly do like that this game, most of the vehicles don't have winches. I actually feel like that would be beneficial to SnowRunner, that you'd have your vehicles that are designed well for getting around using the winches, but almost as a way to help the player make better decisions. Having it so stuff like a bunch of the heavy trucks and all that, you can't just like winch your way to freedom. Because I feel like if we add that, it circumvents some of the cheese that we can do in SnowRunner. And then it does make you go, oh, I cannot, like, I just cannot cross this with my current equipment. You go in there, you body it, and you know now to not try to fight through. Like I said, I'm not saying winches should just be gotten rid of. I think that should be a main value of certain vehicles. Like you have like your off-roading vehicle, your heavy vehicle, your highway vehicle. Like the highway vehicle should just not have a winch. And then I also feel like this should massively buff the highway vehicle's gas mileage even more to justify its existence even more. But then maybe the heavy vehicle gets a winch, but the off-road vehicle doesn't. And I guess there would probably also need to be a differentiation from, like, a winch that you can use just to help maneuver your vehicle versus towing something. Like, have, like, a winch or a towing cable or something like that. As, like, two independent, separate mechanisms. You know, and your scouts would get a winch because that's, like, their whole gimmick is they're supposed to scout out areas that you aren't ready for and all that. But yeah, that said, I could go for some amount of repairs we can do in SnowRunner. It's just like I said, I think having it be a cash limit, I feel like having cash also dictates, you know, repaving the roads. I feel like wouldn't be a great way of doing it. A resource limit I could see working, give or take. Like, it could be something that on a map you could go to, like, the gravel pit and, you know, take up a load of gravel and take it over to, you know, whatever other building and have that gravel crushed down to something you can throw on the road to drive on. So kind of the issue there would be your own patience and all that, and for hard mode there would be an expense in driving back and forth there. That said, for SnowRunner, I don't think I'd want the recycling mechanic. That one doesn't feel very SnowRunner to me. I feel like the better equivalent would be you could go to, like, one place, you could pick up, like I said, a load of gravel, and, you know, if you operate the crane or whatever for, like, the bags, it would be free. But then, you know, you drive it over to the place that, like, crushes it or whatever, or even just the gravel, just straight up you bring it. So you go all the way back, grab the bag of gravel, and that might even be the catch or the limitation, is it's just the gravel, and that is, you know, laborious to get around. So yes, if a place is enough of a nuisance, it might be worth fixing, but only the places that are really a nuisance. Especially in hard mode, you have to be like, all right, well, I'm gonna cost myself a decent amount of cash from gas usage to set this up. SnowRunner could use the variant load types crane points. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely. Oh, you're saying, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, there's definitely improvements SnowRunner could have. Like, the cranes could be improved in SnowRunner. I do think there is some tech in both Expeditions and this game that SnowRunner would benefit from. My thought is just having the player be able to very easily or readily be able to repair roads in SnowRunner would take away kind of the main thing that SnowRunner does, which is, you know, the proper off-roading. The constructed road should be wider. Yeah, I think part of it is to keep in mind that these roads that we're building, I'm pretty sure the roads that we're building aren't meant to be, like, final roads. We aren't building for, like, consumer use or whatever. This is, like, us popping in as, like, an emergency services kind of thing, being like, we just need to slap down a road that'll hold up well enough to get the stuff over here to keep things running. So it's not meant to be, you know, a 2-lane highway or anything like that. Like, we're kind of in the first responder emergency response type situation, not like the proper, like, city planning, county planning, all that. But the vehicles barely fit on it? Yep. That's all they need to fit. Well, that's not gonna work. I do wish there's a little bit more freedom on where you can build roads for quests. So there are the quests that say build road here. This is the first map that I really felt like there was a lot of room for building roads in other places too, where they're like, go here. That kind of clearly had a place that, you know, it's kind of, this is a good place to build it. But you can also kind of just choose where you want to build it. Oh, you even snag upon this brush. You know, the only vehicle that I find has difficulty with these roads is the Wayfarer. And that's just because, well, the Wayfarer and some of the vehicles have like a real crap turning radius. There's a couple of those vehicles that the turning radius is truly appalling. That's it, you can make your roads wider. Honestly, towards the beginning I was doing that. I was making it one pass each way with the asphalt. Now granted, the roads where they have like a quest or whatever, some of those ones they do kind of, when it completes, it kind of sticks pretty close to it, but ones you make yourself, you can make as wide as you like. But yeah, no, it is a thing I'll be curious is later on. So again, you know, not right now, but if we imagine, you know, a year or two in the game, you know, it's had a bunch of DLC drop, there's been a bunch of extra content, yada yada. I am genuinely curious if at that point we'll have some of the later maps where they stop giving us like build road here kind of missions. And there's just more mission like, get around from there to there. We don't care how you do it. Because like I said, for this map especially, I've had a number of occasions that were like, get this from this place to this place. Didn't bother telling me what route to take, just, hey, you're getting from A to B, do what you want. And all of them were clearly the kind of thing that if I just took the truck and tried to, you know, tell it to go on its way, it was just not going to succeed. I think the only reason they avoided that, and they did have it scripted that you have to make roads in certain places, is most of the time you can get away with just chucking the sand down and not actually making a road. So, unless they give you a quest that says specifically make a road, you're kind of forced to. Now, the alternative, what they could do is make the sand way worse for having vehicles riding on it. But that also would become a major limitation because there's a lot of problems you solve by putting sand to, you know, let yourself go up a ridge or whatever, fill in gaps. And if they don't make it kind of packed like the way it is, then you would just always have to pave everything, and that'd become obnoxious in its own right. So I think they had to kind of try and split the difference there and figure out that sweet spot. Sand can be made to a road over time. Yeah, that would be counter to the way these games have run. I do get that would be realistic and all that. I feel like that would still kind of result in you effectively are forced to make any place you want to do anything, like, not the default terrain, you would have to pave it for it to last. And yeah, and like I said, that probably is realistic. But then we gotta go, right, but is that type of realism actually fun, or is that just another task to do? Oh wait, are you... Where's this route trying to go? So you're trying to go from here over there. We were just given a quest to make a road here for this purpose, so we might as well use it. That road looks like it'll be okay to go the whole way around there and over. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying they can't improve anything. It just feels like a lot of the stuff they did, they made conscious decisions about it, tinkered, figured out, like, what they felt was the sweet spot between, you know, it's fun and engaging, but not overly repetitive to the point of tedium. Did you drop the sand constantly? I imagine literally the only reason they probably did that was just because how easy it would be to break a lot of things with just starting the sand dumping. Is the part by the rock messed up? I didn't see what you mean by the part with the rock, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so we do have sand here. I got worried I was going to have to ship it back and forth. That happens sometimes. I also think one of the big draws for SnowRunner is the sheer scale of their maps. And that's another kind of problem with where you solve problems like this. That you take a map this scale that you've got in SnowRunner, and you just kind of go through and you start fixing the map section to section, that very quickly you go from one section of the map to the next, and then you're just, once it's kind of solved, that part of the map is no longer as interesting. You fix the problem. So where SnowRunner, they can actually send you over the same routes with different stuff to ship and all that, and it stays interesting, because now, you know, this time I might need a vehicle that specializes in off-road. Next time I might need to be dragging something extra heavy, so I gotta drag that. Now I gotta drag logs, which means taking another carrier and all that that's totally different. Okay, like, this time they've given me this big, ridiculously long trailer that now makes it more difficult for this reason. And I can use some of those routes, but, you know, it won't be usually the exact same route from A to B. Sometimes I'll have you go slightly different. But they can do that and it stays interesting. But just to the nature of RoadCraft, once you fix that road's not interesting to drive on anymore. So repeating routes just doesn't work. Which I think that's the entire idea with the convoy, is that would be the repeated routes the player would do in SnowRunner. Yeah, no, it's definitely its own thing, but as far as, like, people have been asking, like, oh, we should be bringing this back here and there, it's like, no, I honestly feel like in this particular case... Alright, so this is probably a spot I'm probably going to have to patch up. I'll try deploying the vehicle again, and there's a good chance we have to chuck some sand down there. But, yeah, no, it's very much trying to be its own thing, and the devs have been very clear that's like, this isn't SnowRunner. Like, don't expect SnowRunner. It's not going to have the functionality of SnowRunner. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I'll probably have to go in there. I think it's actually, like, they've washed away the road, and I'll probably have to put down a load or two of sand. And that might be literally all it's going to take to fix that. Just to fill in the hole, as it were. But I'll get this road built, and then if that's still causing problems, we'll go over there and fix it. I tried to go just a little wider and see if that turns out a little better, but we'll see. There's a pretty good chance it's not going to work without me going over there. You like the water? It's good. Now, I've been trying to think of what I want to do games-wise after this. I still do need to play Rise of Industry 2. That might only be a half-stream kind of one, we'll see. It's a game I got a key for. I'm not sure if it's going to be super aligned with our normal content, But got a key for it. I was like, yeah, we'll check it out on the channel. I had a couple people ask me to check out Rise of Industry 1, and it never did happen. So checking out the sequel, it's like, okay, that seems like a good idea. Devs gave me a key, let's do it. But with that one probably being a one and done kind of game. 72 hours Stellaris stream? Well, first of all, I don't generally typically do streams that are like 24-hour streams. Like, it's not that it's never happened, but I usually avoid that, because it's just, by the time you do that, you're just so spent for the next stream that you kind of don't win at all. Okay, so they did manage to get around it. Where did the bulldozer go?
Dang, you know how to finish a road, don't ya? Almost a shame we just haul machinery on it. Maybe we can make it a racing circuit. I'll ask around.
But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, with the 24-hour plus streams, it's kind of become kind of like a conventional wisdom with content creation that it's generally not worth it. You do your 24-hour stream and then you end up like your next couple streams. What are you doing, man? Stay on the road. You know, you do like your 24-hour stream, and then your next stream you're just like low energy because you're still in recovery. And so your next stream does really badly because you're not engaging the audience, you're not nearly as entertaining and all that. And so, sure, the first stream might turn out relatively okay. But quite often, because it usually takes you a couple days to get over it, it ends up being kind of a net loss to a wash. Alright, so let's get you over here. Because I have to build the road, I have to reach a location, and I have to replace 2 pipes. So that's the reason why even like subathon things, the way most people run subathons nowadays, and there's a lot of exceptions, but the way most people tend to run subathons nowadays is either one, they'll just have a hard cap at like, you know, 1 long stream or whatever. That's usually for people who tend to have shorter streams as their norm, like 4 or 5 hour streams. They'll do like a 16-hour, 20-hour stream or whatever. Or they'll do like the way I do it, which is you have a timer keep building up and it pauses when you're not streaming, but it's just you will stream every single day from like whatever hour to whatever hour as long as the timer's going. And usually it'll just be like longer hours, no days off, that kind of thing. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? But yeah, like no long streams. Plus, fully honest, you can stream Stellaris and have it be fun, but really to work, you have to have a content creator who's really a storyteller kind of content creator. That's not like a bad thing, where they can kind of spin a narrative in the game. Like, you know, you've got the faction you're effectively RPing as and staying in the character and, you know, doing stuff that strategically makes no freaking sense at all in the game, but, you know, fits the character of who you are and yada yada. And, you know, have that story be the entertainment. Stellaris is just the means of which the story is being told. And I'm honestly pretty jealous of a lot of those creators, because it's just not a skill I nearly have as much. It's just not a type of content I'm any good at. But I've not seen people be able to stream games like Stellaris very long without having that kind of stuff going on. I could see like some ridiculous challenge kind of thing. But that's not to say Stellaris bad or anything like that. It's just one of those things that there are some games that are very difficult to stream. And I generally find 4X strategy games to fall in that category. Most puzzle games fall in that category, with exceptions. Like one exception being Portal. There's a lot of story going on that's a lot of fun. You feel like you'd love the new DLC stuff? You ever had time? Yeah, I used to play tons of Stellaris, but I fell behind in the updates a long time ago. Like, I think the last time I played properly was, I think they had just introduced like the whole machine race kind of things. I think were new. I think that was what was the new one. I know the Hive Mind came around the same time. So it's back then, and then they did like the whole planetary rework, and I started learning it. Like I just don't have the time to learn how to change all this. So like enjoy the game. I just don't have the time to commit to relearn it, because that is, to their credit, one thing I'll say is a positive of Stellaris. They are willing to make pretty significant changes to their game if they feel it'll make it better. And I know there's definitely people who feel like any given update they've done a bad or a good job. But it is definitely something that a lot of games, they kind of get made and they get set in their ways, and that's just the way it's gonna be. So I actually do have, you know, pretty positive thing to say, you know, about a game that, like, hey, they've had this game for a while, there's been these pain points, but, like, we've all gotten used to them and, you know, live with them and all that. And the willingness to make those kind of deep changes and all that. Which is always going to upset some people. Like, that is just one of those things you kind of accept. But there's so many games that, like, truly pretty rough problems that have been there forever. But because the only way to fix them is to make significant changes to even the way the game plays, you know, people are scared to make any changes. You feel like they did a great job with the update and pop and the planet changes? Yeah, I know not the most recent one, but the previous one. I remember that was that one is a pretty mixed bag, that it had some perks, but there was a lot of negatives that came with it. And I remember that one being a pretty unpopular change. Not the current pop settings or whatever, but the ones back when Hive Mind got introduced. I wouldn't be against playing Stellaris at some point. I did debate when this, like, last big update came out, maybe doing a stream or two of it. My big issue I run with games like Stellaris is when I play a 4X strategy game, the way I like to play them is I like to put them into marathon, have, like, as many factions as possible, and, you know, set the game to have, like, a very long timer kind of thing. Like, really have a long-running game in a giant universe. Because I like that, you know, you're playing kind of one run that takes a whole lot of time to fight through. You get really invested in it. And that is, like, the opposite of what works well in content creation. If you're going to play a game like that in content creation, you usually need to keep the game on, like, honestly pretty close to its fastest settings. Because it just takes way too long. I imagine someone could, like, main Stellaris, if that's, like, their thing. Just Stellaris, or just Civilization, whatever. And that might work for the people super into it. But you'd have to be, like, fully committed to that game. Alright, so we've got the road built. So we've got 2 pipes down here, which I'm noticing they appear to be in the middle of the water. That's 1 pipe there. Let's mark you. Broken pipe there. Broken pipe here. Broken pipe here. And broken pipe there. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Okay. So it's looking like I'm going to need to replace the pipes there and there for the pumping station. One up by the reservoir. And honestly, that one doesn't look too bad. It looks like it's just going to be a heavy crane kind of job, either coming up over here and dropping it, or coming from down here. I might not be able to reach it from down below. I think it is going to be always ones where I'm going to have to drive it up here to this transformer area and get that one. And this one honestly looks like another heavy crane situation where we drive it up there. But I think we can drive through that. I think it's shallow enough from the looks of it. Okay, so we need to get there, and then there's a thing about reaching a certain point on the map. You want me to reach this point? I'm assuming it's going to give us another new vehicle or something.
It's a minor miracle the machine yard is still standing. With our usual luck, there'd be a crater instead. Yep, here it is. And it just needs some dust brushed off. I can hardly believe my eyes.
Hey, Redcaster, how's it going? Alright, so let's drive over here. Check out... I'm assuming we're getting a new vehicle or something here. Nope, just... Oh! You have free pipes for me. Thanks, man. And thank you for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Can you construct a road through tree clusters ignoring the suggested clear paths? So you can build roads anywhere you like. Just about. There's like a couple exceptions, so you can't build a road on a bridge kind of thing. But generally you can build roads anywhere you like. Now, with the missions that are like build a road here, you are required to build a road in the specific spot it tells you. But otherwise, you know, a lot of times you have a thing where it's like, get this thing from A to B, make a route from A to B, that there isn't as clear-cut, like, this is where you build a road kind of thing. And those ones you kind of do have the freedom to build the road where you feel like it. Okay, so we got our 4 pipes. So what I'm going to do is we'll get the mule into position with the first pipe. I might need to bring the heavy crane in because some of them look like they're pretty high up. But you get the idea. We're just hauling the pipes where we need to get them. If we have to bring the heavy crane in, we bring the heavy crane in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pay the planet like in Dyson Sphere. I mean, you could do that in Satisfactory and Factorio as well. That actually used to be something that was a regular thing for me to do in Factorio. Was just use the bots and be like, make all of the ground in my entire base concrete so I can run around faster. Don't care about the biters at all. Especially once you get to the phase that you've got artillery online in Factorio. It's not quite the same. It's a little bit different due to the different requirements for stuff. But I remember I used to have like artillery around every one of the outer edges of my base. And with having that, you know, the moment a biter nest would get anywhere nearby, you'd pop the nest, and then you just had your wall of defenses. So then when they attacked, you could just basically ignore them. Is this where we're seeing the path to the left? Yeah. Like I said, I'll get these in place. And if I have to grab the heavy crane, we grab the heavy crane, which I am fully expecting they need to grab. That's fine. Just because of the height of the things we gotta get to. You're building entirely too many asphalt roads in Sunken. Now you discover the map is 3 times the size you thought it was. Yep. Alright. What I can actually do here, and I think about it. That's a construction place, not my base. I was going to say, if we went by one of my bases, I could drop off 2 of these pipes and not lug them with us. Honestly, it's fine. Okay, so I need to skip this one, take the next one out. Yeah, no, Sunken had a lot of routes that were pretty rough to do. I still think the aesthetics of Sunken has been my favorite map, just like the whole smash terrain and everything. But I definitely would say a lot of its routes were some of the worst in the game as far as just being difficult to manage. Not worse as in like I didn't enjoy them, but there was a lot more, how am I approaching this? Okay, you know, finicky getting everything to settle the way you want it, figuring out the mud spots and getting those sorted out so you can get them through. You know, how could the Final Destination hauler strap logs down like that? Yep. Alright, so we're just going to take this around the corner here, and like I said, there's a good chance this will require us to get the heavy crane in here to reach what I need to do. That's fine if that is the case. Regardless, we're going to have the pipes in range. I might be able to do that with the mule. We'll see, it's pretty far out there. Alright, that's that one done. Okay, so now I need to go back the way I came and go around. I do like that this game has actually had water go down. I haven't seen that in SnowRunner. Like, there's a whole thing in like the Michigan map where you inspect and fix all the pumps and all that to drain the water and all that. They just don't do anything as far as the map goes, which would be probably realistic in real life that you build these pumps and you're like, cool, we're going to be draining the water. Okay, when will we be able to notice? In like a week? Maybe more? The ultimate way to carry logs in this trailer? I imagine you just shove them in the back as best you can and strap them in if they strap. I don't think they will, though, because I think they're too long. Could be wrong, I haven't tried. There's a trailer specially made for that. Okay. All right. So it's looking like the route we should take for this is... I got a problem spot there. We could probably cross over here. Okay, so we are taking a right here. No, we're not. Where am I? They're taking a right here. And we're going to skip the next left and go for the left after that. And it's going to go the wide way around. Okay. And there should be a left and a right path, and I believe we want the right path. So the left path is more direct, but I think we end up on top of a ledge. That's parallel? You're talking perpendicular? I mean, you'll just get stuck on stuff. You know, we saw there's that route over there, which we could certainly fill that in to make that into a road if we so desire. But if it's just this one pipe this one time, we can just go around. Okay, we've got a fun bridge here. Almost didn't cross it well. Can't see. And we've stalled. Well, we were expecting to need the heavy crane for this anyways, so I don't think that really changed our situation. It just made from a we might need the heavy crane to we need the heavy crane. And are going to get more stuff. Doesn't matter if you can't reach your destination. I think that's just the reality of it is. Like, you can load up a vehicle, if it doesn't get where it's going, it doesn't matter how much you can fit in it. It's like, technically the Wayfarer could carry way more than the Mule could, in either direction and all that. But it also really can't handle terrain well, so you're better off just using something like the Mule. Okay. Same basic directions, we don't take this left. Wait, do we not take this left? Yeah, I don't take this left. We go across here. We go past the next row we built, take that left. We gotta go against those dodgy bridges. Honestly, taking the time to just dump a bunch of sand into that gap may be the better call, but It's fine. In the way too much weight slows you down, you can do 2 trips faster than the 1 trip in some cases. Yep. That's a thing you learn in SnowRunner a lot, that you could take a vehicle that could move a lot more, but does so slowly and painfully, where you're gonna have to like fight for every inch. Or you can get the vehicle that's gonna do it like smooth as butter really fast, even if it's not as full of a load, you know, smaller trailer or whatever. And it's gonna be way more economic fuel-wise to just blast on through. Let's get you to the other side first. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you see the pipes way up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and slide you out of the way over here. So regardless, I was going to need the heavy crane to reach that pipe that high. It'll park you, unstrap those in, grab the heavy crane again. Okay, and we'll grab one of those pipes on the way by and get that all sorted. Okay, alright. So we're going to want to get down to that island. I'll probably need to drop this behind me when we get there. Yank the other pipe out. Do the whole swap. No problem. I see. That's fine. Not really a ramp in either place. Okay, let's put you over there real fast. Slightly new plan, we can twist this the whole way around. Okay. And there we go. You pray for this equipment? It's fine. We're using only OSHA-approved strategies for moving stuff around. Alright, this is the one I'm a bit more concerned about. Is how deep are you? Are you drown? That looks really... Okay. So, I potentially have options here. I don't feel like this gets through that. I feel like we are gonna have to put down sand here. Because it's one thing to manhandle it over an open spot, but once we go in there, I've got nothing to shove off of, and we'll flood the engine. So I'm accepting the reality of the situation. And if I want to do that, I'm bringing in the dump truck, which means I'm probably also going down here to the sand pit and activating that to make it available. And I don't need a full-on road. Just gonna chuck some sand down. And I could also build bridges. I'm choosing to go with the sand because it takes less time. Because with that, I'll go ahead and I'll fill in these two spots that are between me and it as well. My luck, they'd give us a route there anyways in just a couple minutes, so probably not really that important one way or the other. Okay. That's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. We can grab our bulldozer, get into position, give it a little nudgy nudge, and then with that, I should be able to fill that spot in. And we got two of those little spots. Then we got that one I forced the crane over, and then after the one we forced the crane over, we have building ourselves like a little road to get out there to swap the pipe. Just because as deep as that was, like, the cabin was already halfway underwater when I stopped it. It still had a ways to go down, and like... And I do need the tall crane to get that spot up top. Because I'm not going to do the thing I did during the demo. For those who didn't see during the demo, I had a pair of pipes like that that actually built a giant sand pile to drive on top of the pipes to deliver a pipe. It was fun for the memes, but from a practical standpoint was utterly terrible. Because those pipes are slick like ice. Appreciate that the increased area you can fill sand in so you don't have to drive back and forth. Yep. I know a lot of people don't like the sky sand because it's immersion breaking and all that. I genuinely think the game would be utterly obnoxious if we did have to go back to pick up every single time we wanted more sand. That's fine. Okay. And there are some places still, if you want to build areas, like there's places you might put a bridge and make sense of sand, that just very genuinely, there's no sand nearby, so you gotta make trips. But they're not required to complete objectives, they're just nice to have kind of things. If they wanted reality that have several trucks filled with gravel and sand going back and forth, yep. And it could be that they could have introduced, you know, where they have their convoy missions. Having those convoys be able to facilitate that. Where they could bring you the logs or whatever. You're kind of sad there's no gravel roads. My stance is if they went to go that way where we had to do like gravel or sand or this or that, it just becomes more things to manage that functionally don't change much in how the game's played. So I think it's good that they didn't bother having like, well, you need this road for this situation and that road for that situation, and you know, in this map you have to worry about the rain, so more gravel, less sand, like all that. It would just become another thing to manage that I don't think would be fulfilling so much as just, oh, now I gotta grab the other material. And maybe that could even be just part of it, is that grabbing that other material just means you had to take a different route. I also think, like, that to me is those ones that, yes, it fits the realism, but I think it adds a complexity that doesn't really on the other side, you know, equate to something that's going to be meaningful decision-making or fun. Just, it's a thing added to the game that have to have its own assets and properties and all that sort of stuff that I'm not sure really adds to the equation. That said, they can always introduce that later. To be clear, right now we're dealing with what they got here. That's always a possibility that their first DLC with a new map comes out, and then they have like this other situation where now you get gravel in addition to sand, and that's a new mechanic, because they did some of that in SnowRunner where they introduced new vehicles that sort of, you know, mess with the equation a little bit. Like, it's also those things that, in reality, we have a whole bunch of, like, different types of surface. Like, you don't just use asphalt for everything. There's lots of pros and cons and lots of different types of things. And then there's also a lot more that goes into making road that's not presented in the game that we kind of hand-wave past. That, again, if the entire game was, like, literally just making roads, like, it was just, like, you know, Construction Simulator Roads Edition, I could see justification for doing a lot of that. But I think for what the game is, it doesn't really make sense to really complicate it that much. Just like SnowRunner does a lot of hand waving the way a lot of the vehicles work. All right. Home stretch. This is just kind of a thing we're doing for one time. None of this has to do with the bridge or whatever. If you need to lay and tamp each layer and substrate, seems like it get pretty tedious. Yep. Well, even if they didn't go that far, like I said, if they had it where you go and you put down, like, you have to, like, dig up the ground. You have to lay down, like, you know, your sand or gravel layer. And you have to do, like, the next one, then you have to, like, crush it. And then you had to, like, take the, like, the next one and, you know, go and crush that in place. And then you had to, you know, take your, like, steamroller, like, a big roller and everything over, like, the gravel to, like, really kind of crush it down to flatten it out. And then you had to go over there, and then you had to put down your asphalt and roll it. And then you still couldn't drive on it because it needs time to cure and everything else. Leaving toxic wastewater? Oh, we're gonna do worse than that. There's a reason the company we made is like something like mostly ethical operations or something like that. Or ethical-ish operations or whatever. You'd really like to pave the map of the game? You can pave as much of the map as you really like. There's only a couple places you can't pave. Places where resources get dropped off or picked up and garage entrances you can't pave. But once you're out in the wilderness, about the only other thing you can't pave is bridges. Like you can't lay sand down on a bridge. Just mechanically the way the game works. I mean, the amount of time and effort it'd take would be beyond monotonous. But if you wanted to go through and start on one corner of the map and just work your way across. Did you finish all the dare drops? No, so I am still missing the dare drop where I jump water in a scout using a sand ramp. And I am missing the dare drop where I build a road underneath a bridge I've built. I have all the others. The problem is you can't really jump much water with the scout just by the fact that we have to use a sand ramp, and sand likes to mound. The taller I make the mound, the more I have to be away from the water's edge to not just fill in the water, and therefore it doesn't count. But I should take the time to go out of my way to do that. What I could do is right after I get this pipe replaced, maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll do a quick detour and make that happen. So we're probably getting down to just like 1 or 2 more streams of the game to wrap it up. Like, maybe this stream we managed to pull off finishing Deluge, maybe not. And then a stream or two after, probably like 2 streams after that, finishing the last map. Gotta make an amount of sand then? Can't do that, that's the whole point. Is the taller you make, if you think about it like this, the sand, let's just pretend it has to be at a 45-degree angle. It's not exactly what it is, but you go like this. So if I'm trying to jump the water here, 1 second, if I'm trying to jump the water here, if I make a tiny sand mount, it's right there by the water's edge. But if I go in and make it twice as high, it has to be twice as far away because 45-degree angle. And you get where this is going. So there is kind of just the whole thing that the taller you make it, the farther away it is, the less distance you're gonna make it. I also feel like what we probably need to do to make it work is not just make it, you know, the 45-degree angle to the top of the ramp, but actually take the time to, like, smooth it out just a little bit. And the reason for smoothing it out is that way I don't lose all my momentum when I hit the 45 and the vehicle just kind of slams down on it. But I think we're gonna have to jump. Pave it? Pave what? No, the ramp I have to use a sand ramp. It specifically says a sand ramp, not a paved ramp, a sand ramp. Let me go ahead and put these back on here. Yeah, no, literally the description is using a sand ramp, jump the Scout over a gap of water. Now the gap can be microscopic. Like, it just needs to be a gap with water in it. Could you use an object to hold the sand in place, like place a car next to it? No, so usually the vehicles will just get lifted up by the sand. They don't obstruct it. The sand just shove them up in the sky. And I think that's just how the engine has to work with redoing all the the ground and all that. That to make it work is it effectively makes it the surface. Okay. So probably start with the road under a bridge first, because that'll probably be the easiest one to do. We just take a bridge, and we just slap a road underneath it. Doesn't matter if it's even useful. You got a bridge right here.
Nice work patching up those pipes. They need new valves too, though. Luckily, a shipment of those should be sitting somewhere along railway territory. Find and install them along the pipeline. Then we can forget about this pipe business for now.
Alright, so let's go and grab our vehicle here. Because we're going to go ahead and get the dare drop done real fast. Okay, so where we're going to be working is get that out of the way. We got a bridge here and a bridge here. I think we do this bridge. Assuming it's low enough to the ground to get underneath it. I'm going to have to check that out. If it's not, we can quickly... Why is it not letting me place the marker? Yeah, the bridge is not low enough. Weirdly, I can't seem to replace the marker right now. That's fine. I want to go... south and then northeast. If it looks like it's either on the fence or just no, what I'll quickly do is we'll quickly go and reload the map. Hey Rachel, how's it going? We can quickly reload the map over to Sunken, because I know I have a ridiculously large bridge. I could just toss a road underneath real fast, and I think there are some places for us we could maybe do a jump over some water there relatively easy. So after all the other vehicles got through right just fine. I just also checked the wording on the one that has me jump over water. Like it mentions just jumping over the water. Yeah, there's no way we're getting underneath that. Okay, so what we're gonna do real fast, chat, is we are gonna return to the hub. Let's go get this dare drop done because I've been meaning to get it done for like the last 5 streams, and it's not happening on its own. So we're gonna take 2 seconds to fix that dare drop real fast, and then we can get back to it. I could jump the stuff here, but we're gonna go to Sunken. We're gonna jump in there real fast. And I got a giant monstrosity of a bridge that goes up to the castle. I just need to make a little patch of road that goes underneath it. It doesn't need to go anywhere. There's no rules around any of that. It's just having a road there. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the Dare Drop website real fast. And see what the exact verbiage of jumping the water is. Okay. I forgot about you being there. Yeah, so this is the bridge I'm thinking. That literally we just put a little road right there. That would qualify. And I happen to have my road stuff right there. And I think my dump truck... Yeah, my dump truck's up here, too. This is perfect. I basically had everything nearby. Okay, so the exact verbiage is for the ramp. It says, the name of it is I Regret Nothing, and to build a sand ramp to jump over a water gap with anything. So it doesn't even say I have to actually, like, clear it. It just says jump over. I'm going to go on the assumption they expect me to clear it. And under a bridge, build a road under a bridge you also built. So I did build that bridge. And I'm just going to have to redeploy that crane, probably. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, about halfway down here, I'm allowed to start refilling sand. Okay. So let's get our bridge going, or a road. It doesn't have to go anywhere, it just has to go under the bridge. We've already completed all the objectives in this map, so I don't really care if it makes a little bit of a mess. I just need to go far enough we can get a vehicle underneath the bridge to actually do the paving. Probably up there, maybe. This could be a little snug. Unfortunately, because I positioned this a little bit on a hill. Yeah, I think I have to go past this. I'm not gonna be able to get the vehicles underneath that. It's fine. All right. Yep, and so right where that tree is, that's Rual. Turn it. Okay. Honestly, in hindsight, I could have just paved this road that's down here. Alright, I'm gonna have to change my position if I'm gonna go underneath here. Weirdly, that seems to be sinking in the ground as if the ground's not even there. Okay. So, let's check over here real fast. It looks like where the bridge is, I can't put down sand. Alright. Scrapping that plan. Okay, so it looks like I cannot put a bridge or road underneath the sand. It looks like I'm going to go the other way around. That shouldn't be hard to do. Literally, I just need to find a road. We'll go back to the other map. What we can do is go back to where I've got a road, and I'll just put a bridge going over top of it. So like I could just build up a little sand on both sides and just put a bridge across the top. Because we've been meaning to test that anyways. Alright. Because that had been my plan, is just build a road right under that spot I just pointed out. But it looks like once the bridge is in place, it doesn't work. It'd be a real bummer if they made the dare drop and then just didn't check to make sure it could be done. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You'd also be curious if we could put down a road. Do you have a road that's just like a straight shot between two things? I could like try and overlap the road with a bridge? I don't think we can. So all my roads are pretty curved on this map. I think you can demolish. Yeah, but rebuilding that one would be horrible. So I think we do is we go someplace like this, go bridges, just get a really crappy tiny wood bridge. That'll do. Okay, so now I just need 3 wood. Where is my log forwarder? Because I should have a bunch more logs up there. Grab those 3 logs, run them down there. Basically just reversing the order of operations. So instead of Building a road under an existing bridge, build a bridge over an existing road. And then for jumping a gap in the, like a water, let's see. Jumping a gap of water in a scout using a sand ramp. I think that's just going to be a matter of finding a gap of water. Ideally that we're at a bit of a higher elevation from it. Yeah, something like we've got here. Honestly, that kind of situation looks perfect. Let's actually mark that spot. That's where we're jumping. I'll put a sand ramp on one side, and I'm going to try to give it a really long lead up to it, where we're on the sand. No idea, Bragg. Oh, I'm not too worried about that. Like, driving on the sand doesn't hurt us that much. The big problem is just the 45-degree angle right all at once. That's the thing that was the issue. Okay, so I've got 3 of these right here. Because that was kind of the problem I had last time. Is I would hit the ramp, and because of how steep I had made the ramp, we would lose our speed slamming into the ramp. Yeah, now I don't know, Frag. I know there was like a pre-order thing, and then there was a DLC thing and all that. But I don't remember which ones were which and all that kind of stuff. If I remember correctly, I did end up buying the game in advance. I could have I very genuinely could have gotten a key if I was more patient. Which is on me, because I honestly need to not be spending money on stuff like that if I'm going to get anyways. Yeah, you can get the refund, but that bridge was something like, I can't remember how much concrete. It was a lot of concrete. And then I'd have to go and collect all the concrete and then, you know, bring it all back to the bridge, because I believe it puts it in your storage, which was nowhere near where I built that bridge. That's what I'm afraid of. Okay, so this is all I need to build the bridge. And with the bridge built, then that'll all be satisfied. And then we just got to ramp over it. I already marked a spot that I think would be a good place to jump. And so I think the answer is there. Just get one of the scouts that's got some speed to it. we just take the time to build a ramp that instead of just being the 45-degree up, the lead-in angle, we try and level it out as much as possible so that we're not using gravity against us. Yeah, it should be pretty good from there. Because honestly, anywhere here, there's water in the bottom of some of that, and that'll be perfect. And I'll get both our dare drops done, and then we don't need to worry about dare drops at all, because we'll have them all done. And as a reminder, we have a sponsored stream on June 4th through Dare Drop. That'll be for Farming Simulator 25. They got their new pack with a bunch of equipment. Like, they've got a bunch of, like, cult classic equipment, like really old Ford tractors and all that kind of stuff, and some more modern things. So it's mostly just new equipment for that one. But with it being Dare Drop, they'll likely have keys that I can win for everyone to give out. That's actually the reason we do these Dare Drops. They've got 2 more keys on the line. And my intent is to get all of these Dare Drops done so that, like, the last stream we do for the existing content for RoadCraft, that I can then turn around and immediately be like, all right, you know, that stream we give out the 4 or 5, however many RoadCraft keys that we've unlocked, and then, you know, from there, they gave me a bunch of other keys that I probably wouldn't give them all out in one stream because it's a lot of keys, but I got keys for, like, the Surge 2 and Snow Runner and a bunch of those. Which I believe it's just the base game Snow Runner. Okay, so you're way over there. But you get the idea, is I'll have a bunch of keys to give out. But that's why we're doing this. Which I tend not, like, I know it's a thing that could get me more viewers to be like, you know, giveaways or whatever going on. I don't advertise when I'm doing them. For me, it's not about trying to get more viewers. For me, a lot of it is just being like, hey, people are here, I want to give, you know, something back to the community, and that's a, you know, that's something I can give back. Yeah, so, right. So I cut across here, we take a right, go across the bridge the other side.
The machine yard is still standing. With our usual luck, there'd be a crater instead. Yep, here it is. And it just needs some dust brushed off. I can hardly believe my eyes.
Okay. And then I will need someone to take a clip at the time we get the bridge built. That's how the dare drops work. Is I submit a clip, that way they can see that we actually did the thing we claimed we did, that kind of thing. Okay, so just around this corner. And I did notice the tracked dump truck is already over there. So you can probably just get away with that. Beaching the nose of this thing up there. Okay. Okay, that's barely over there. So we're gonna put it in place. And then, you know, clip it. And then we're gonna have to delete it because it's absolutely gonna block. That's fine. Alright, chat. So if I can get a clip of that, that is a road built over, or a bridge built over a road that I built. So if someone can clip that for me, I'd really, really appreciate it. In the meantime, I am going to delete that because it is terrible. So let's go to bridges. And it's gone. Oh good, it does give the wood back right here. Okay, cool. So that should be that objective off. So let me go ahead and go under our objectives text and go build a bridge, or build a road under a bridge we built a bridge from. Okay. So from here, what we're gonna go ahead and do is there was a thing for dropping sand right over here. We're going to go put down some stuff. Did no one clip it? It usually takes a couple seconds for it to update, so I can't tell yet. Or like it'll usually take a minute or two if someone has clipped it for me. I know quite a few of my mods, if they're here, will do it, and I've got a few other people who pop in that'll do it if they're you know not lurking and not busy or whatever. Sometimes they get clipped well for me, and sometimes they don't, just by the fact of like who's currently available and paying attention. You don't think they'll get nitpicky about you build a bridge over a road you build instead of building a road under a bridge? So the description says, build a road under a bridge that you built. I don't think it's saying like that order of operations, because we tried to do it and it physically didn't work. Like I would dump the sand and the sand just disappeared. There's no water in this part of the gap. Yep, that's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, as long as I make like an honest attempt kind of thing, and, you know, do accomplish the task in spirit, that's good enough. They're usually not that picky. Oh wait, I'm not a quarry radius? What's the quarry's radius? Come on, don't be terrible. Okay, so there's a quarry radius, like, right in front of me. Because we're going to need to put enough to cross over to the other side. This is now where I'm building the ramp. This is so I can get to the other side, because I have a better angle for doing the jump. Don't forget to honk when you jump. Absolutely, gotta remember that. Very important. It's not actually a requirement, but you know, in spirit, it's a thing we gotta do. Okay. Yeah, no, I trust it. I trust it if you say you got the clip. That's fine. Okay, so I feel like this spot where the ledge is a little bit higher for me, probably where we want to go with it. Yep, thank you. I appreciate it. It makes my life easier, because then after stream, all I gotta do is grab the clip and toss it over there. I wonder if I can stay on here and stay in range, like without crossing back and forth, and be in range of the quarry. It's not looking promising. Oh wait, yes we can. Okay. Okay, let's get you out of the way and get the bulldozer to make it into not a big dirt pile that I can't drive on easily, and instead convert it into a ramp. We can go down here, go to you, grab you, retain, confirm, deploy. And the ramp spot is... Alright, we already got it flagged. Alright. And then we just need to figure out which scout we're probably doing it. I'm assuming the Invictus will be our best choice. It's the DLC scout. It seems to all-terrain extremely well, and to be able to get a pretty good top speed. So kind of my hope is to be able to just like floor it, hit it, and get to the other side. I'm going to try to camera down like this as we do it, so that we can see that it's water underneath. Because I can't think of another scout that I think is faster. Because the thing would be the pickup truck or the SUV or the Invictus for speed. The buggy has relatively good speed as well, but it seemed to be more focused on being good at all terrain than actually speed. And then the amphibian one, I don't like. It didn't seem like it's particularly great at speed or anything like that. The whole gimmick is just it has a ridiculously tall snorkel, can practically submerge itself before any of that it becomes any kind of an issue. Alright, lift it up. Okay, so the plan is, because I need to not push so much sand that we fill in the gap. That's the big worry here. Okay, a little bit's going back in there, not much. I think they'll have to do. I'm worried if I keep pushing, I'm gonna make it worse. So get you out of the way. And by that I mean, let's go ahead and try and make ourselves a runway. So back up this way. There still is a water gap there. We haven't broken any rules with that. Just gonna shove over every tree and everything in a straight line. If we have to put down, like, dirt and all that the whole way to make this work, it is what it is. I'm not anticipating a need to do that, but we'll see. Alright, so here's hoping that'll work. So now I can go down here to you. Like I said, I think for the Scout, because it has to be one of these vehicles, I think the Invictus is going to be our best bet. Alright. Why do you have the saddest horn? You're supposed to be the kind of vehicle that someone buys to compensate. Alright, feeling pretty good about this though. I think we'll get this knocked down and we'll be done with it. Because we do have a decent amount over. The ramp is kind of sad, actually, but I think that'll be fine. Okay, get you all lined up. So we're lined up for the jump. Oh, it's so sad how pathetic it is. I don't know if that counts for us. Where's it getting sand from? Down the whole way. Oh, it's probably over there farther. Yeah, because I have it dropping off too much, so instead of going up, it's just dropping. Alright, so we'll do a couple of things. One, we're going to try and drop some sand over here on the run-up to it. So I can level that out, because we're losing a lot of speed here. Let's go all the way back to this edge. And I'll try to raise the end a little bit more. The big catch is I just have to be careful that I don't accidentally overfill it to the point that's no longer a gap with water. Because at that point, then it's just I'm driving across the sand bridge. All right. And then let's try and put some sand a little bit closer to the end of the ramp. Thank you for the follow. Quote the stream. Just in the hope here that we can get to be a little bit more ramp, because we have those 2 bumps at the end, so I'm losing the speed a little bit before we get to the actual jump part of it. And we can definitely move forward. Just have to be careful, because we're getting pretty close to, causing some problems. Need to be far back than that. I also need to get the Invictus back out of there. Which would be taking any type of crane and just picking it up. Okay. So I probably put one load just past where we dropped the last one. Smooth it out a bit. Gotta be careful. I am putting sand into the water. We haven't gotten rid of it. But I probably can't put much more over there before we will. So let's grab you and turn this bumpy little area to effectively be an area for the car to pick up speed in that direction. So I want to flatten this out. Okay. I don't think we do any more than that. I think that's about as smooth as we're going to get over ramp without ruining everything. Alright, so next move is I need to get the Invictus back out there. Honestly, let's just redeploy it. It'll get back up there fast and I'll be able to get something to retrieve it. Okay, so attempt 2. Because as you can see, I was already having sand spill over where I was making the ramp down below, and the hope is I have just enough speed that we will make more distance than we've added to it by, like that the speed we hold when we hit the top of the ramp outweighs the distance traveled from the ramp. Okay, looking a bit better of a ramp. We'll see how it goes, though. It might need to be scooched up a little more. We'll see. One downside is I don't have a lot of runway here to get a lot of speed going. All right. It's almost a point I wouldn't qualify. Alright, what can we do here? Well, crap. Are you even jumping? Not much. The vehicles don't really jump much. It's always been one thing in SnowRunner, and that is none of the vehicles particularly get much air from just ramping on stuff. Usually you get air from physics breaking down and causing a big mess. Gonna level this out, and like I said, I'm gonna try to not level out as much towards the end. So go a little bit closer, and cancel. So you get a bit more of a ramp. Okay. So let's try and do the Invictus again. We could also try another vehicle if we think one of the other ones will jump better. I'm not worried about trying to focus the camera down. Honestly, the buggy with the really big knobby tires might also work pretty okay, just because the knobby tires might catch the other edge a bit better. I'm getting really worried it's going to be like 1 or 2 more attempts of the bulldozer before it no longer becomes a gap of water. Right now, it's still a gap of water, just barely. You're not honking. I am. It's just sad. That's the horn. It's fine. Let's check one of the other vehicles. Let's try the Malmut. Malmut, however you say it. Like, it might just be I need to give myself a much, much bigger runway. Which would be very inconvenient if that is the case. Let's see, you need to find a hill to pave a path at the bottom and try to jump the bottom. Well, the problem is I need to find a gap of water that's also small enough. We haven't had too many places with small gaps of water. Now, I probably could genuinely go back here and just keep dumping sand to make ourselves a little bit of a highway. Just really pick up the speed down here. Like, no air to speak of. Okay. Alright. I would like to switch to you, please. Okay, hang on. Let's go here real fast. Vehicles. Oh, not here. Base. Let's grab the big dump truck. They don't like using because it spills everywhere. Can you build along bridge your runway? If I had a place to anchor the other half on it. I don't think I'll be able to have another place to anchor it pretty easily. Yeah, that's exactly the thing, is we need a better runway. So I'm thinking is first we get this thing over there, and I'm just gonna start dumping sand into that river to make myself a good long runway. That's the reason I'm not so worried about it. And then what I can do is I can back up to where I'm on the ramp and use the bulldozer to keep trying to level it out to make it as flat as possible before the ramp. So leave the ramp alone, but the entire runway up, I am in park. I was like, man, this thing's not moving. So trying to get that all going as best we can. Meanwhile, I do think the Invictus did better than the buggy. The buggy honestly felt like it just fell off the end of the runway and didn't go anywhere. The Invictus at least bounced and then like would knock off the other shore kind of thing. It's also possible with a little bit of work I might be able to make the ramp a little steeper. Okay, so over by this pine tree up here, I can get sand. That's the only inconvenient thing about this. Okay, and this thing has a very, very large capacity for sand. It just spills everywhere. Part of the reason I did that is you're having to climb a hill at the first part. If we have to climb, that's okay if it's a very light climb. But right now, I notice it's like I have to kind of downshift just to keep that first part going. Well, I done gooped is what I did. Alright, get down here, grab you again. Because I was trying to back up to see if I couldn't get this to where I could wedge it down and go that way. And it might even be a thing that I could put on the destructible terrain and kind of scrape down. I'm a little scared to do that because it's really hard to make that play nice. But I might try it. To scrape it down into a proper ramp at the end. Get lots and lots of speed, hit the ramp, know I'm going to lose some of my speed for getting a better angle. Just want to do that just a tiny bit. Where we have kind of like the double bump at the end, I want to make it a single bump. Yeah, see how there's almost like a little pit right before the ramp? That's acting as a speed bump. But see, do what you're doing, but put the bucket down at the top ramp, pull back. So the problem is, if I do that, when you're backing up and flattening, it raises it. So I'm gonna have to put in manual, which manual gets a little dodgy. Okay, so with that, we leave the ramp alone. The ramp I'm satisfied is as ramp as we're gonna get. We got that to be way more level. Let's do one more load from you, and then we'll try again. What are you stuck on? Oh, you're stuck on your own sand that you're leaving because you spill absolutely everywhere. Which is the reason I don't use this one very often. But in this particular case, where I just need a really large volume of sand, it's not a bad choice. Okay. So plan straightforward, I'm gonna go right up here. I don't want to go that far forward. Just need to get enough that we can straighten you up. And then we're going to get to where the slope is. Okay. Same plan as last time. I go, like, we're not going to mess with the ramp. We're going to go to the bottom of the ramp. And we're just going to press that flat. It'll give me a little bit more runway that's a little bit flatter. All of which should help us do a pretty decent jump. All right. And we can flatten that out more. I've still got a pretty big bump right here. Okay. And one more pass. Ramp still doesn't feel great, but not sure how to fix it where I'm not going to just potentially make it worse. Alright, it's looking relatively level at that point. A little bit of a ramp up at the end. Probably not as much as I should have. Okay. So make our life easier, so I could do, like, reset it really fast. Let's just grab the regular heavy crane here, just for vehicle retrieval. That way I don't have to reset, bring the Invictus back over here, drive along the whole route, all that. We can just park this on the other side, pick up the vehicle, put it back at start, do that again, let's see if we can't make this jump happen. But yeah, vehicles in this game do not have much jump. They don't get much air very easy. Outside of when physics breaks and it suddenly catapults you to the moon. But I don't think we can deliberately make that happen at a moment's notice kind of thing while on a sand ramp trying to jump. Definitely feel like we can do more on the ramp front if needed. I don't really care about you, I'm just getting you out of the way. Okay. One nice thing is it is scraping the other ledge away, which will potentially make it a lower ledge. As long as we keep some level of gap of water in between both sides, just to make sure we're being honest about it. Trying to get around the stilt without pushing the other vehicle around too much, where I have to worry about potentially tearing up my ramp. Okay, so let's get you back into position. It'll try this again. Hopefully, the fact that this is much flatter, so I shouldn't lose my speed by having to go uphill for this upper part, will help. And then the runway is also just longer in general. It's so close to being able to get over it. It's like right there, too. Maybe the back needs to be a little higher, more level. Yeah, that's what we'll probably do, is just give myself a little bit more of a runway. So sit you there. You have to do the exact same thing we did before. You can go over here, grab more sand. I'm gonna get stuck on the sand we've spilled earlier. Don't you dare fall in there. Don't. No, no, no. I'm gonna need the bulldozer to go clean up the crap we're spilling, because this thing spills everywhere. Okay, the plan is we're just gonna add more back here, level it out more, give yourselves a little bit more top speed. So I can get a bit more top speed, then we should be able to do it. Because it doesn't need to be a clean landing. It just needs to actually land on the other side. And I mean, honestly, jumping the gap may even qualify on its own. But for me, I want to reach the other side and actually be able to, like, drive on the other side. And for the record, this dump truck is the equivalent of like 4 of the other dump truck. So it drops a lot of sand. As evidenced by the fact that we have a giant mound here. Okay. Yep, we'll level this out some more. So there's a lot of effort going into this ramp, none of which is working on the actual objectives of the map, but that will give me another key to give out to the community for this game, you know, couple days after we submit it, which should be tonight if we get it done. Which I'm assuming we're getting it done since I'm actually prioritizing it, since it's the last thing we've got left. Okay, still a little bit of a bump up. We'll do it again. So as you can see, it's slicing off a pretty good chunk of this. We're also technically making that a little bit longer each pass as well. And if you're wondering why I'm not building on this end, you'll notice like we're right on the cusp of no longer being a gap over water. And then if we accidentally fill it in, I don't have a way to like really clear it out. So we'd have to start building the ramp all over again someplace else. Okay. I wonder with the mobile quarry, if I built the mobile quarry on sand that I have placed, if that qualifies as parking it on sand. Would that little creek count? You mean this thing? I mean, it just says a gap of water. It doesn't specify like how big or anything it has to be. Okay. I wonder if diff lock makes any kind of difference to acceleration. Because this isn't a scenario where I need diff lock. We're not going to be spinning our wheels at all. All-wheel drive feels like it's the right answer. Ah, you're so close. I have an idea that might help. It might ruin everything, though. Let's grab the bulldozer. So if I were to just bulldoze the other edge, I think that would screw things up really badly and cause us a problem. I'm kind of hoping, though, that I can go up to the edge, put down the wheel, and back it out. And to see if I can't, like, scrape the top edge off. I'm a little worried we'll screw this up where it won't be a gap of water anymore, but we'll see. Okay, so manual. As low as you can go. Alright, so if we're jumping right at this thing, I think that might not really be a gap of water. We'll see. If we clear, basically, if water goes underneath the car at any capacity, I'm gonna say it's a gap of water. But if we do just jump over land, then obviously that doesn't count. Because the thought there being, by leveling that out, I shouldn't bounce off. This is seriously 101 and how do we game the system. We could try turning off all-wheel drive. This isn't a scenario I need all-wheel drive for. Or maybe I do. So that might actually work out for us. So again, we are going to try and smooth this out. Like I said, I'm a little scared I'm going to ruin everything by accidentally healing up too much and filling in the water. But we are jumping and smacking into this spot. Not where it was messing with. So we actually have a little bit of room we can work here. I hate to do it this way, but ruining this road, and I know I'm going to pay for it later when I have to convoy across it or something. Low as it goes. Yeah, as soon as I have to go back and forth, slowly scraping off the top layer, shoving more back down, scraping off the top layer, shoving more back down. And as you can see, I am making this road real bad, real fast. But we are slowly inching that across. So far, still workable. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Slightly to the right on this one. Because this is helping in two different ways. One, it is lowering where I'm trying to land at, and two, it's reducing the gap between me and that location. It's also part of the reason why I'm going a little bit farther to the right, is I don't know exactly where we're landing. Alright. Let's try that now. I have lowered it quite a bit. I've given a much better ramp to access. And so the hope here will be that I can make this work. Okay, grab you now. And we go again. Too much, too much, too much? Okay, we're fine. All right. Do we count that? I technically got to the other side and drove up it? Do we count that? What do we think? Does it sound like it qualifies? Let me start working this while I wait for other people to weigh in. Let's try it again? Yeah. I think we do just a little bit more, because it was pretty close. There's technically still water there, but that is our hard limit. If I put any more, it's definitely not going to be considered a gap anymore. So that's kind of our hard limit for it, because you notice there is still the tiniest little gap of water in between there, but we were starting to push sand up from the bottom. So we can't do anything else to manipulate this side. Nor can I do anything to adjust the ramp. If I touch that ramp in any way, it's then just a bridge. Yep, so you can still see a little bit of a glare of the water. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to use four-wheel drive to climb the first part, then I'm going to turn off diff lock and four-wheel drive. On the plus side, I don't have to grab the crane to do it again. Let me just try hitting it at a different angle. Kill the diff lock, leave four-wheel on. Maybe level out the sand more, build more ramp. Let's add a little bit more ramp. Because I know we're not going to get a clean landing, because we, like what happens in real life, the cars do have a tendency to nose down unless you have a properly built up ramp, because engines are heavy. And we don't have the means with just sand to build a properly built up ramp, so we're just going to make do with what we got. Okay. Okay, grab the bulldozer again. Okay. Hopefully our trucks can still go by. They've probably done with their objective already, but I have destroyed that poor road. Yep, they're doing it just fine. Okay, so we'll push it from this side. I'm also going to go from the other side to like where it crests the hill. All right. The reason I'm thinking that is maybe it'll give me a little bit more of a slope at the top here. Okay, we're about level. Let's turn that around. I wonder if it'd go better if it's not raining. All right, we'll go push it one more time. And they'll try again. Yeah, we're hitting the point where it's getting properly deep in that river, whatever it is. Okay. It's just, It's just the fact that it noses down so hard. I'm gonna take my chances, because I'm thinking in my head that the other one is a gray area that I might just consider being able to get away with or whatever. I'm going to try to scrape this back a little bit more, hoping to try and, like, angle it up more. But this might be where I completely screw up the whole thing. The Malamute? I might try that in a minute again. So not closer than that. We're going to switch to manual. No, if I put more sand, I'll fill in that river in front of me. We're already, like, on the fence. There's just the tiniest little sliver there. And if I fill it in, then it doesn't count. At which point, then, I would honestly just go with the one that's the gray area, and if someone complains, then we go, well, you know, we did our best. Cool, so we got that. My hope is that little bump at the end will give me a little bit more nose up. Let's get rid of the bump I made here. It'll give us just a little bit more up so that the, you know, it jumps at an angle as opposed to like going like this. You're complaining. It's fine. Like, that's the thing. I landed on the other shore, but it wasn't, like, clean. It kind of, like, fell back on the shore I started on as well, so it's like, okay. And plus, I'm sure there's a place on one of the previous maps where you can find a really tall ledge and then drop down onto a previous ledge or something that we just missed at the time. Yeah, I'm willing to give them both a go. Because we got the Malamute right here. Get into position, we'll try and jump in, see how it compares. Because one thing, even if it was just the same speed as the Invictus, with those big knobby tires being so high off the ground, there's a good chance it would still succeed where the Invictus wouldn't, because, you know, it doesn't slap the bumper into the group. That was clean. There's no gray area about that. That was just butter. Okay, so we're gonna call that done. If I get someone to clip that, good call on the Malamute. I don't think it was the speed difference. I think it was literally, if we look at this vehicle, its wheels are smaller and it's a bumper right down there at the bottom, versus the Malamute is so much higher raised with the big knobby wheels. Do it again, you missed it. We'll have someone clip it and then you can watch the clip. Alright, so now we completely spent the last hour and a half on something unrelated to any of our objectives. I'm gonna go ahead and get the dare drops off the screen, because that should be every dare drop we grabbed. So what were you doing? What were we doing? What is this game? How do you play? So we need to find objects. Where? Up here and up here. Shorter wheelbase too? Very well could be. I wish I knew what was that way. Alright. Yeah, so what we could do is... let's not sweat that. We can respawn one of our scouts over here. Oh yeah, don't we have, like, the links? This is, like, the aquatic vehicle. Honestly, this one would have done great. It's got wheels the whole way to the front. I don't know what the performance is like, but as far as being able to, like, land the jump, the links would get it. But yeah, so if someone is able to get that screen or the clip, I'd really appreciate it. All right, so it looks like a Night Dweller's got it. Did like the Twitch is suppressing the Twitch is suppressing it, but that's totally fine. This thing is dope too. Genuinely, the fact that you can get almost to the top of the vehicle before it finally starts flooding the engine is pretty exciting, where you're able to just like drive into a lake and until the entire vehicle submerges, you're pretty okay. Okay, so it's way up there. There's not really a good route. That's fine. I'm assuming this thing isn't going to have like the best like top speed or whatever. Yep, exactly, a Night Dweller. It's like, how dare you post a link that you were asked for? There's a big snorkel on it? Yes, there is. This is probably not the way I should do this. Oh, we should just go ever so slightly to the right. That'll be way less cursed. Yeah, the thing is there's not many places you can get the vehicles up to speed. Not many good roads on the map. Okay, so we can go to left. Work our way around to find the other objects. Okay. Got a road here. Took large jump using sand? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, so we just need to get across here. Okay, I feel fairly confident that we can't just book it across this thing and have it end well. Because we've tried to cross a couple of times, weren't that good. Can get around this tree. But as you can see, this thing can get pretty deep in here. Like, I'm just starting to get the warning being like, hey, you're pushing your luck. I'm not as confident about trying to drive across rocks I can't see underneath the water. I foresee that being a problem. Try and follow the right edge. Okay, so I might be able to squeeze around this. Okay, that's one of the valves we're looking for. What's interesting is it just says find it. It doesn't tell me to actually do anything with it. That's fine. We'll locate them first and we'll come back, because this isn't the right vehicle to do anything with them. Where's the other find object? It's find that one. Where's the other one? Looks like it's not going to show me where the other one is till I get this one handled. Okay, so I could probably bring this all the way over here.
Thank you, Teddy Royals, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Teddy Royals, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 month of that. Oh, you only get one of those a month, and you use it here, so I really appreciate that. So the problem I have is the track on this is short, and it only goes from over there. So you need to do... because the red ones don't move, the blue ones do. What I might be able to do... is bring this over and deliberately drop it on between these. And hope that we can drag those out using our truck. All right. Good enough. Because then I might snag this from this side. And I'm assuming once it gets close enough to me, it'll be like, yep, you found it. Here, you know, go get the other one. By the way, bring it where you need to bring it. Okay, that's interesting. Because we had another one of those we need to find. I have no idea where I need to bring them. Alright, so let's look at our objectives real fast. So we've got you. And literally I'm not getting a mark for finding the other one. Oh, it's right here. I love you, wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Remember how much I love coffee?
Maybe 2?
It's more than 2.
I don't know about that. That sounds pretty unreasonable.
It's a lot.
Okay. So the problem is this crane can't go any farther that way. And I don't think I can get this far enough, it'll let me grab it. So I'm gonna need a legit crane here. Which is, I think, the whole reason I gotta push these all around. Is to be able to get the actual crane in place. Let's get you all the way out of the way here. Let's try and get you... Okay, so now I need to deliver the objects. Nope, I'm not looking to actually drive up on it. Alright. So get you out of the way. And then we'll grab the mule, we'll bring it over, load up the 2 valves. Alright. So it looks like we got a road that's usable up here. Where is our mule at right now? Oh, right. I'm glad we didn't just grab the mule. The mule's sitting down here with pipes in it. And I've also just observed that... Well, I probably won't need to do anything in the sand pit. We have the sand pit open. Alright, so I have 2 locations all the way the heck up there to drop pipes off, or I can put these into storage, regardless of which way we go. I need to get back over here. Now on the way out, I rolled the mule over out here. Back up, please. And that was the exact spot I rolled the mule, by the way. Specifically, that was the exact spot I rolled the mule. Oh, I've got a path over there. That's what I was trying to find. I was like, man, I thought I made a path. And I saw that gap there. I'm like, I guess not. My path is farther over. That's fine. But we can work on getting the mule up to those pipes. Do we know where I have to deliver those to? It's over here, so not on the other side. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm going to actually take the chance of having the mule deliver the pipes. Oh, I might need the crane. Alright, so let's change that plan. Okay, where's my nearest base that I could drop off stuff? Okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to drive over to the base. I'm going to drop off the 2 pipes at the base. That way they're in storage so that, you know, if I get a better base up farther, we can use it up there. If not, we can come back for it. We can explore to see if I'm able to, if I'm able to just have the mule deliver them, or if I'll need to have a crane up there, like mule delivers, then crane actually takes it up to where it needs to be. Because winch is attached. Okay. Let's get these 2 back to base. Then we'll go grab those 2 valves, load them up, get them into position, and then get our next objective knocked out. I've honestly very much enjoyed this Deluge map. It feels like this map has rewarded exploration a bit more. It also feels like this map, they've done less of, you must go this way to do this thing. They've had some of that, but they've also had ones where it's like, yeah, just get to the other side. I don't care, just get it over there. And then you have to figure out how to navigate doing the thing they've asked. Oh, this is the construction... Oh, no, I see. Never mind. Yeah, so you can drop off right over here. Cool. So now we need to work our way over to those valves. And for the valves, it is... Okay, take the main road towards the monument, turn left at the monument, follow the water up towards where we need to go. I forgot how much clutter I had to clean out of this base before I was allowed to use it. So there's the monument over there on the end. Because a good chance those two way out there, there's probably a base somewhere on that side of the map. If not, we haven't lost anything. Like, it'll be the same kind of distance we gotta commute. So not this one, it looked like there was a road off the side of the monument here. And it looked wrong. Oh, there's not a road there. Okay, so you either need to get over to that one. Okay, so we go up to the transfer, we can drop down to the main pipe station. That'll also work. I do really miss, one thing I do miss from SnowRunner is the ability to just kind of be like, you know, right click, make a little path, be like, that's the route I want to take. So I can just follow the path. I do very often find I miss that. Because I just have to keep pulling up the map and be like, was it the next left or the first left? Like, certainly at some point you get familiar enough with the maps you don't need to check that often, but I am nowhere near there. Okay, so is that going to take me where I want to go? Yeah. So you go to the transformer, it looked like I might be able to just drive down the hill to the substation, and then that was where I was expecting the monument to take me. It's gonna be this one's full of a million tree stumps. Okay, there's a road right here. Really? I haven't gotten you stuck in mud without beaching you since the beginning. That's fine, we can go around. Okay. So for the most part, I just need to ride this out to that area over there. Skirting around some of this hard to traverse mud. Okay. And I'm sure we'll find a better route home. There's the road. It's probably one of those ones that if I followed the road, I'd find an obvious place to drop a bridge. Yeah, because that's the road that goes to the substation, which doesn't have a route. It looks like there was a dirt road that went across here that's just gone. Way too long for a bridge. Not really a way to get up to the from the pump. And while we took that down, I probably can't take that up. So I think the reality is we're going to grab this stuff. We're going to go down the western tunnel route. So I got to go a little bit of a roundabout way, which is fine. They're starting to get pretty far out here. Getting relatively close to having the entire map scouted out. Okay. Probably should have stayed on the road. That's probably the more correct route. We'll figure it out. A bunch of these back roads are not great to traverse. Okay, but this does look like one of those things that once I deliver it myself, I don't have to worry about again. I can probably get both those valves in the back if I can manage to stand them up. If I can't stand them up, we could do the thing where I put one in the back and put one in the front just as like a counterweight. We'll see how bad it is. Alright, I'm going to start with the one that I need to drive past the trailers for on the right here, since I have to lift it up to grab it and extension. I think that'll be the harder one versus this other one is like literally going to be right behind us, so... Or everything will get all up in my way and it will matter either way. Okay. Probably fine. Okay, so we've got those. Alright, so plan straightforward. We jump on this road and just follow it on down. Yeah, we just follow the road the whole way down. We'll probably want to go the route of the western tunnel. This is dodgy road here, but it's at least a road. And then it should be just a straight-on shot the whole way down. Oh yeah, no, I had to use the, if you look at that, that's actually at the end of its track. And one of the valves is here and the other one is there, so the crane actually can't reach it. That's the reason I had to bring the truck in the first place, is I couldn't get to the valves with the crane that was already there. So I think the bigger issue is we need to talk to the people who work there as to why the hell they put it where you couldn't reach it from a crane. I mean, the answer is because it's on a train, they put it on there and then they moved the train and now the train's not there, but that's using logic and we don't want that here. It's much easier to blame others. Okay, so don't fall for the trap of going back the way we came. This is the way that leads to the actual road. Nobody asked for logic. Exactly. We already did the logic part of the stream where we had to logic our way through some puzzles. I will say, of the things we did in Split Fiction today, that pinball mechanic was the hardest to manage because you couldn't see what was coming up. And just being like, okay, sometimes I need to block, sometimes I need to send stuff, sometimes I need to do that. So I had a couple different buttons I was juggling. Not that many inputs, but like sometimes you didn't get a whole lot of time to be like, okay, I've got a paddle, what am I going to need to do with the paddle? Because sometimes it was to slap, slap the ball around. Other times it was to block the ball from taking a route you didn't want it to take. And you didn't get a whole lot of time to process. You logic and get it off? Something like that? Exactly. I went the wrong way. Because I need to take the western cave route, even though that's going to be a bit out of the way. Or western tunnel. So where's my turn for the western tunnel? It's literally I just went the wrong way since we got on the highway part. While it's on the dirt road part, we were fine, but once we got on the highway, I need to turn right instead of left. Which I don't think we're too bad. I think that's literally where I switched onto it. Alright. You look sketch as all get out, but I'm gonna go on the hope here that you're not a disaster. Man, you are weirdly rigid. It's not like I'm like having to gum up into the mud, it's like I'm hitting stone ridges and have to climb them. That said, luckily, my big concern is actually it's going to be too deep, which has proven to not be the case. What is going on with your road? There we go. Well, that's the thing. It's weirdly acting like I'm hitting something solid, not mud, because mud would just spin our tires and slowly paddle our way across. But it's like us catching chunks of concrete in it too. So it hit the concrete, then it'd sink in between it kind of thing. Which might literally be the case. It might be like the road is broken apart down there, so I've got these big chunks of concrete mixed in with the mud. So I'm catching on the big chunks. But I can't see any of it, so I can only guess. Alright, be a little careful with those right turns. Might shock you, but we have an uneven load once again. Still, that's going to be way easier than the alternate route trying to climb up a cliffside with tree stumps that I'm not even sure this vehicle could climb. Loaded, that is. Unloaded, probably. It wouldn't be elegant, but... Until the game gives you points or money or something for elegance, elegance is just not a mechanic I care about. I mean, it's not mechanic at all. Alright. This thing is a struggling. We'll go with the left one, that one's closer. We're a wibbly wobbling. All right, 1 second. Okay, first valve's in. Ooh, we got pretty far over there. That'll be way less awful. So I believe I need to go across the road here again. Yeah. So cross the road here again, and I'll be able to pull up and see the pipeline, and we just got to get the valve in place. And that'll be another objective done. What is going to happen here in just a couple of seconds, like just under a minute, is going to be the next ad break. And I have run out of beverage, so I am getting the dry mouth and the thirst. So I'm going to take corrective action to that here in just a second. Because having a dry mouth while trying to stream, it's not a great time. Okay, that's where the valve goes up that hill. We do hope everyone's been enjoying the stream tonight and all that good stuff. Had a pretty good, solid one. I do like the fact that it's not too picky about how close you are to turn green. Yeah. Like, if our cranes gave us way more control, sure. But where we could just kind of really adjust the two cables and not that elegantly, it would just be frustrating to sit there and try and wiggle them around and get them where you want them. All right. So there's the ad break, chat. So I'm going to go ahead and be right back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. All right. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest. We're gonna take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing... I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And Alright, and we're back. Yes, and don't forget to hydrate yourselves and all that good stuff. Do your own self-care as well. Yes, we all like to make the streamer do it, and that is appreciated. But also, you do need your own care as well. Ooh. Okay, so I actually need to do that turn back there, but you know what? This berm looks traversable. I don't think that's gonna be a problem. Where's your Fanta? It's in the mail. Don't worry. Now, I didn't have the orange font, I had the purple one. So, you know, there's that. Gonna blame the mail for losing it? Absolutely. Because I legitimately do lose a lot of my mail. Not really, it's not actually that bad. Once in a while I'll have some that, you know, I'm expecting doesn't find its way, but... Actually, honestly, that's not been in a long time. We had a pretty lousy mailman for a little while. And then a whole lot of people complained. And then we got a new mailman, and it's been fine. We probably had multiple since then.
We need to get a convoy with essential materials to the railway. Can you plan a route from the western tunnel to the railway? And while you're at it, there is something else you could do, if you're feeling particularly industrious. A train got derailed by the earthquake and is kinda in the way now. If you can move the carriages and cargo off the track, that should clear the way.
Okay. I thought I actually had way more mission objectives, then I pulled this up and I'm like, oh, I've got, like, just 2 left here. Okay, so you want me to plot a route, and you are willing to give me a mountain of concrete, which does concern me quite a bit, actually. Now, it's interesting here is I could, 1, go around this whole way over there. But 2 is I could not do that. Think of the follow, spoke to stream, and instead try our luck over here. All right, what's... Yeah, we can make this work. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go straight on here, and I'm going to go out, over, and almost straight across. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is like, you know, like what you can have as a problem on your motorcycle and all that. If you try and cut across railroad tracks, and you go at like an angle, your tires will slide, making you just slowly keep moving farther and farther over and not getting where you want. Versus if you go more perpendicular. Oh, it is a wayfarer. Okay. My confidence in that succeeding went down significantly. I am curious how far it will make it. Ah, tree stump right there. We might be able to maneuver around these. I'm going to take my chances because it's not failing because of traction problems, which is what I'm actually worried about. So we can maneuver around these tree stumps. That'd be a curiosity. Is that a tree stump or not? I can't really tell. Yeah, so basically my choices are, is 1, I can go the whole way around, and I'd have to fill that area, and there's no way a wayfarer gets across that. And then I'd probably need to patch up, you know, a bunch of these spots out here. I genuinely think this might be the route I want to take. Do I have sand available up here? That is going to be a key thing here. Not in an amazing spot, but in an okay spot. Let's grab you real fast and go discover that sand pit. Okay. So some things I'm going to need is I am going to need a crane to deal with some of this stuff. Okay. So that's the road out there. So this road probably just leads straight into a sand pit that I could pay to get set up. Railroad track. Okay. Alright, so we got that quarry added, so we got the area to clean out there. So at least with this, I only have to bring the sand straight across. I don't see a spot. We did get the big truck that's supposed to be able to give me a quarry to work from, but I haven't been able to make it sit down anywhere with sand. I do like the idea of just running a quick and dirty road through here. Okay, we'll pretend that's the road route. Alright, well, I unfortunately don't have a base anywhere near there. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll start off by getting our dump truck. Let's actually check the shop and see if we got anything else new exciting. So we've got that to unlock at level 20. And I think that's literally the last thing we have left in there. We've got the big roller now, which I think I am going to grab. Alright, so let's grab our vehicle here. We're going to start out with the dump truck. And I don't think I want to grab the big dump truck, because the big dump truck spills absolutely everywhere. I think it's literally, we're just going to use the one at the beginning. I'm going to start by dumping all of this out, so you don't have to worry about spilling it anywhere. I need to work my way north. Alright, so we work our way north real fast, and then it's going to take a little bit of work to do this one. But we lay down our sand, we make ourselves a little road along the way. It might be one of those cases I might need to get the big dump truck, just move into position, pull out 4 loads. We'll see. Because like I said, I got the giant mobile quarry truck. But there is a matter of, with the mobile quarry truck, getting it where I need it. Yeah, so I can't really cross there. I gotta drive. Well, yeah, no, there's, so for the clouds, this area is water. There's nothing there. There's a little spot up here we haven't discovered, and there could be something over there. There is a road here. You know what? It's honestly probably not a bad idea. Before we get into that, let's check up there real fast, because there is a chance we'll just have a base up here somewhere they just need to locate. And if I could do that, that makes our life super easy. So check for a base off this road that goes to the north. And if that doesn't work, we'll check for a base on the other side, where there's those pipes missing. Okay, that's the road back there. Alright. So let's take a quick little peek, just see if this is a base location up here. It probably won't be jam-packed in the corner like this. But it is worth checking. Because I honestly think we're only missing 1 or 2 buildings left in the whole map. And one of them could be up here, and then the other one is where those pipes are. Alright, what are you up here building? Because you do look like you could be a base location. And there's more road that way to a quarry, it looks like. Yes, I've got a crane here for stuff. We'll check over there, but this looks like it might just be a port where we'll probably have to drop stuff off at. We got 2 cranes here we can operate. And if we leave this place and go left, there's more map up there. All right. There's a building out in the distance up there. That's a little concerning. Yes, this is definitely a sand pit, which makes me curious about driving our truck up here. It wouldn't, maybe it'd help down there. What I should probably do is actually get that vehicle that is the mobile quarry, put it up there, see what range it gets. I haven't used it yet because I haven't needed to. We're actually getting to an area where there's no quarries at that maybe having one to be useful. Destroyed building doesn't matter. Are you something of interest? Because if we find a base location up here, it'll save me driving literally 2/3 of the map with vehicles, so I don't think this is a base location. It's way too muddy. But it does look like we'll have a route through here. And I'm guessing that's the edge of the map up there. Apparently had a route that failed, so let's go check that. Oh, right. The route failed because that's what we're working on. Okay, we're going to check over here in the direction of those pipes. Because again, we're checking to see if 1, we have a northern base we can unlock, and then 2, just what's up here. Because I'd like a northern base, because both of my bases are basically on the far south end of the map. It's just a pretty long commute, and if I'm ending up needing to build a road or something, that's going to be 3 or 4 vehicles I'm going to have to drag across the map. And even with the heavy vehicle transport, that's still a little obnoxious. That might be a base icon? What are you? I don't think that's a base. That's a warehouse. Okay. I get a bunch more buildings and some cranes over here. Looks like there's a chunk of buildings over here, more than I estimated. Okay, so that just goes out. Ooh. Kinda hoping we don't go that far out there. I mean, the map's considerably bigger than I thought it was. So that's in our train yard with some type of factory in it. We have a place that we're definitely going to want to build a bridge at. Yeah, so I'm guessing... Alright, so you're gonna want bridge, wood bridge. Yeah, so need to get that spot up there. Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. Okay, so I can't cross there. Let's take that northern route. It'd suck if there's a base on the other side of that. Now, granted, if I could find a place to traverse and there is a base on the other side that just unlocks by getting close to it, which is what happens sometimes, very genuinely, this vehicle might be able to just cut across the water. Get the concrete plant. Then I got a place for drainage over there. Okay, there's more map than I thought there was up here. I didn't realize it was going to go that far north. Okay, we got a bunch of pipes to replace. I'm hoping we don't build a bridge over there. There's another place that looks flat like you could build a bridge. That could just be the northern edge of the map. If we can build a bridge across there, there's a lot of map left. So where is this bridge? Right around back here. Okay. I have underestimated this. So we got basically a tiny bit of map over here and then that area. My assumption is that's our way getting around over there. I don't see much in the area over there, but that doesn't mean much. That could be an alternate route for when we have to set up the stuff to go by. Alright, so let's see if there's a place we can find to cross over to the other side over there. Because again, I'm getting the feeling with how much map there is up here that there is going to be some base location. The question is where? And then the other question after that is, okay, with the where, if I can find a place to take this vehicle as deep as it can go in the river and just slip across. It's a very interesting game, but you only play solo. Would you say the game is fun solo? This round I've been playing almost exclusively in solo. There was about... So the game is about, as best we can guess, somewhere in the ballpark of 80 hours long. And I've spent only about 9 or so of those hours playing other than solo. And the game works fine both solo and not solo. Like, I very, very much have enjoyed playing this. Okay, maybe around there we can cut across. It's fine. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened there. That's the first time I've had that happen, and that was a little bit of an extreme reaction to hitting that twig. Hitting that twig had a very violent reaction. Well, we didn't actually jump the water. We landed almost where we started. Okay, there is a base. We do have the base icon on the other side of the river. Do we think we can go across the river? No, that spot over there to the right looks good, though. So yeah, so we can use this, cut across the river, hopefully unlock that base. So close to being possible. There's nowhere else up there that looks like it's doable. Let's check over here with these little chain of islands. That's what we want to see. That should be able to get me far enough that we could then just cut across without any major events. And like I said, my hope is we'll get close enough to the base to unlock it. And with the base unlocked, then I'll be able to bring vehicles up here. And then I can just, you know, slap down those two bridges real fast, yada yada. And then I don't have to drive vehicles across the literal entire map just to do anything. Oh, I think what the X's are telling me is that it's mud that we're gonna, you know, sink into. Been wondering about that. Alright, so we're now on the island. And mostly I just care about if I get close enough to the garage, do I get access to the garage? Or something I can do to get access to the garage relatively easily. Yep, no, it's gonna be one of those things that I need to get a quest to unlock it. Alright, well, it's worth a shot. Okay, so we do have a base up here. It's no good for us now. Those two pipes I'll have to deal with. I'm not gonna worry about those bridges yet. Let's go through. So it's gonna be a matter of just bringing up... Okay, so step one, let's do some science. Go down here. What are you under? You're under this. So that's our quarry vehicle. And so for a quarry vehicle, we need to get to... Where was that sand spot? Wasn't this it up here? Okay, my hope is if we get up there, it'll give me enough radius to mess with it. I have no idea what to expect with the quarry vehicle. I've yet to use it. So I've got the quarry here. I'm curious if I park it in here, I turn it on. Like, how big of a radius does it give me? Because if it's a pretty big radius, then that's good. $140M. I have no way of telling from like eyesight how that is. Okay, well it's not letting me do that here. That's fine. All right. Hey, Penny, how's it going? Okay, so we're working our way up to that star. My best bet is to jump on this road. Where am I at? Yeah, jump on this road and just follow it up. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a whole mess of games, has also played a decent amount of RoadCraft. I know you were playing retro games yesterday, I believe. Which Penny does play a decent number of retro games. Oh man, I can't think of the name of the game. Well, that's not what I wanted to see. Alright, excuse me, I'm trying to turn. Well, don't turn into me, friend. But again, playing some Gaggle, I don't know what that is. That was the plan, end up playing Gaggle, Gaggle Out, which is also a bit retro, since The Price is Right is from 1972. Oh yeah, I think I've seen, I think I saw Sim do the whole Price is Right thing. I forgot that that was Gaggle. Alright, so we broke one of the routes. That route we don't have. We already got all the stuff from it, so we're just going to cancel that route. Don't have to stare at that anymore. Okay. It's a site that lets you play old shows in the community. Super fun. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I know I saw Sim play. It looked pretty fun. Definitely good times over there with Penny. Highly recommend checking them out. And they usually stream just a little bit after I do. So if you're like, man, I'm ready to call it a night and Rawl's already wrapped for the night, usually Penny isn't too far behind. That could be way out of the way. I don't feel like driving all the way over there. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just get up to where this thing is. I figure regardless, they've got a sand quarry that I'm not allowed to activate, which gives this vehicle a purpose. We also have 2 roads in the area that I want to potentially build. So I'm hoping it'll have enough coverage to at least get close, if not cover them close enough that it's not a pain to go back and forth. Okay. Most people weren't around or were really young in 72? Yeah. Well, even if they saw that, you're not going to remember Price is Right from 1972 unless, like, either one, it was some, like, world-famous episode or something that happened, or 2, like, for some reason, you individually were impacted by it. It's pretty unlikely. Because even if you're there for it, man, that's not going to be memorable. Okay. Yeah, so this is where I actually want to build the road. Where you see that I'll shoot up down there. For reaching the star, let's go down there. I might regret this. We'll go down there. Oh yeah, no, definitely people have seen Price is Right. Absolutely, that part I agree with. But like the idea that you would remember any specific episode, what the values of some stuff were and all that, it's pretty unlikely. It's not a 0% chance, but it's pretty unlikely. Again, barring that episode having some like particular impact on you. Alright, so we're sneaking around here. Yeah, so this is where we're playing and making this road. The area looks relatively okay. I'll probably have to cut down these trees or knock them down using the sand. Okay. This will be a tricky one to pull off. Oh good, it just scraped around. Okay. You know what you mean? You only remember super well episode Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? To which a family friend participated? Yeah, exactly. Like, it could also be something like, if you owned one of the things in the episode, that might, like, be enough to make it stick. But it'd have to be something that's, like, particularly noteworthy for you individually for it to kind of stick around like that. Okay. So I remember how bad this spot was, because I skirted around the edge here. I'm going to try and go straight through. Yeah, because it doesn't seem super deep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because there's like another ridge right there I could see poking out of the top, so I assume it's not going to get terribly deep. Alright. Because my assumption with some of these routes is I might have to put a road across here, I might have to put a road back the way we came. Regardless, the fact that they put out a sand pit that you couldn't activate a quarry on tells me it's like, okay, I'm supposed to take this vehicle over there. You're still just going deeper? I understand. The message has been received. We are not just driving right into that lake. So I think I can get around this left side here. Okay, we're getting pretty close to where I need to set up. Like I said, my hope here is I'll set up here, and at this thing will have big enough radius I'll be able to get some work done. If it does just cover up those 2 water pools I just crossed and that's basically it, that's fine too. It just means it won't help with my current task, but later tasks. Because I can only imagine we are taking this thing to set up on the port. Okay. So we're getting ourselves some more sky sand available. That is nowhere near as big as I was hoping. That's fine. So the point is, this is going to be an annoying route to deal with. Do I just go around the other way? Fine. I understand. I was trying to avoid needing to go around, but I'm going to just have to go around. It's just the way it is. So the dump truck is over there. I don't have access to the industrial base yet. So it's just gonna have to come from down here. Alright, so we will grab... Actually, didn't we already move the dump truck or start to move it? We did. Okay. Yeah, so I need to just get over there. Okay, so basically where I wanted to do the very quick and direct route, that's just going to be toss down a bunch of sand and then just cut around the backside of the railway. The unfortunate reality is it was going to be an incredibly exhausting effort so far as dragging the sand a very long distance. So rather than any of that crap, instead what we're doing is we're just going to put the sand down in the place they intended us to put it in the beginning and just doing the really long way around route. Alright. Let's take kind of the same route we did up the first time. So I'm not really in position to go the long way around. Go over here, drive on down the mountain. All right, let's move some markers. Get rid of the marker that's way up here. So I will need to build road there. And go around this way, and I think that's it. So basically, we're going towards the orange triangles, which are over there. Logs and bridges would work. Yeah, it wouldn't be easy to, because it's pretty level there. But you're not wrong that there's a good chance I could drag logs along and make it work better. The problem is I still need to put sand down for a lot of it. For the areas I can't really get a bridge across. Just because we're looking at wayfarers and they do not handle anything less than smooth terrain. I got rid of that gold star, I thought. Where are my orange triangles? Okay, the orange triangles are behind the quarry in front of me. we're almost there. So we can start dropping down all this stuff. We'll probably need to get the bulldozer. Bring it up. Okay, we're in range that we can refill the sand. We're just not at the place I need to be doing it. And this is another example of a place where this one's a little bit more direct in that it's like, hey, here's a spot that really sucks on this road and you have terrible vehicles who can't handle it. Oh yeah, no, we have done massive deforestation on this map. I built a lot of bridges on this map. You wonder what Colonel looks like? You hope it's crazy? Yeah, I'm hoping Colonel has like a bit of everything going on. Or that they do something like, you know, Kelly's been around the whole time, but she kept telling us to like take things and borrow things and all this sort of stuff. Like have the last mission be like, Kelly's just not there. And instead they're like, here is your list of stuff to do. And you just gotta figure it out. So doesn't tell you about building any of the bridges or roads or anything. It's just like you need to get stuff from A to B, you know, and all that sort of stuff with the convoys. And like everything's just on you to just make it all happen. So you kind of take everything you learned along the way and now you have to just execute. All right. And I might go a little long tonight. Because I feel like it, mostly. Okay, I'll do one more load of sand. Okay, so get you out of the way. You're probably not needed anymore after this. At least for the time being. Alright, unfortunately I gotta go back to my base down here. We'll go to roads. Bulldozer, retain, accept, deploy. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Alright, let's learn our lesson for the last time. I want to take the actual road up. Yeah, so we leave to the northwest. And instead of taking the road to the north, we take it kind of northwest again. And that should just let me continue to keep going along the outside over here. So we go up here. Yeah, and we take that west. And I believe if I follow this around, it'll take me the whole way there. It'll also be curious when it's time to, when it's time to run the electricity, if I'm gonna have to go, you know, hacking through a whole bunch of trees again. We had to do a lot of deforestation on this map. Alright, so this should take us past the gas station, then the tunnel. And once we get to those two triangles, we can smooth that out. I'll just have to reroute the infrastructure route to that. That should take care of that. then it'll be a matter of whatever the next objective... Oh, it was removing the train wreck, which I think will be just a matter of getting the big heavy crane up there, and then, you know, doing that. I did deliberately leave the, leave our, links up by the other base, just in the off chance that they go, oh, you know, I would like another base, go scout out the other base, so I can just jump to it directly and be like, found it, and call it a day. Okay. And I'm suspecting we'll get something either from the tunnel or have to send it to the tunnel. I think that goes without saying that that's definitely going to be a thing. Honestly, for clearing the road... Oh! Is that the railroad? Is that the wreck right there? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll quickly smooth out the sand. This might be able to do this by itself. I might not even need to bring the crane in. We'll see how bad it is. There is a chance I'll be able to just shove the stuff off the side. And, you know, that'll be good enough. All right. And do the same thing we've done in the past. I go once that way and then once back, just to try and get the worst of the bumps out. I'm not super worried about this one. I'm not trying to make any like really fancy roads. We're just trying to make it good enough that it can handle a wayfarer going across it. Okay, that's the one way. Like I said, you can kind of see how lumpy it is. That's the reason we're doing the back and forth. Okay. And if necessary, we could do another lap on it. I think that'll be alright. Okay, so let's grab that route that's broken. I'm just gonna clear the whole route all the way back to the beginning, because we've completely changed what our plan was. Alright, and that might need to be adjusted a little bit. Oh, I see. I was like, man, because I knew I had to go the long way around. I didn't need to go that far. There's a spot there that might be a problem. There's a spot there that might be a problem. Okay, and with that, let's get out of the way for just a second real quick. And I'm gonna remove these two icons. Okay, so now let's head over to where there's the train wreck and see if I can't get that off the tracks with this. Even if it doesn't work great, as long as it works, I don't care. Because to get my crane up here is gonna be a bit of a drive. So if I can just get away with this, that's good enough. And they're going to give me a really large amount of concrete, which I find curious. So that's the train wreck over there. What would you say the best vehicles to invest in the early game? I believe at the early game you can get the mule with the crane on it. That's a good one. The heavy crane's another really good one to get pretty early on. I'm stuck on the tracks. Come on. I wouldn't worry about the scouts at the beginning. At the beginning, the scouts will handle most of the stuff for you. Let's try and bring this out a little bit wider. And see if it's just at one spot. Alright, new plan. I'm just gonna try and slam into this pipe ahead and see if that'll be enough to shove me off the track. Yep. So the trains don't seem to be moving for me at all. Like, they're acting like they're physics disabled. So it might literally be just the handful of pipe here. That chunk of rail car, maybe the rocks? I could just turn a little bit more the other way. There we go. Okay, so that pipe's out of here. Let's see if we can't get the wheels out of here, because those probably need to be out. I don't know about the rocks, but we'll try and get the rocks out of here too. Meanwhile, you did get much farther. Just scoot you around here a little bit. Just along that edge. Maybe have better luck there. Okay, so I'm gonna focus on the big rock. There we go. Oh, if we track the quest? Yeah, that's a good point. So first... So you're still having problems with this. Let's scoot you around the other way. Just trying to avoid the worst of the muck. Objectives... Side, do this, track. Okay, so these did count. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I just have these 3 rocks and that pipe left. Okay, I've got a plan. So first, let's get this pipe out of here. Because then I'll go along the track on the side there. Okay. Just need to avoid getting on the railroad track again or we'll have problems. Even though it's still on the track, it's considered solved, so good enough for me. So what I want to do is I want to get to the tunnel side of these rocks. That way I don't have to go up and over the railroad tracks again and again. I just have to try to be careful I don't get caught up too much on this. You know what? That's still 1 off of here. Okay, let's check that route, see if it's any better. They did get farther, but they did ultimately get stuck. Alright, so we've got that objective done.
Oof. Color me impressed. When you clean a place, you're thorough. If I ever start a cleaning company, I know who I'm hiring.
Looks like you hit a tree stump here. I don't think you're in spinning your wheels. I think you physically slammed into a tree stump. Okay, I don't believe we have sand in that range. We might. We do. Okay, so let's not fuss around with this forever. I've got the vehicles I need right here to deal with that. And go right up here to that mud spot. It will drop some sand, flatten it out, call it a day. That said, even going long, I don't expect to finish this, yeah. I don't expect to finish this, this map tonight. And the reason I'm saying that is it does look like we actually have a decent amount of extra map left. That wasn't where you're getting stuck, right? You're getting stuck up here. Yeah, you're getting stuck way up there. Okay. Just need to fill in this pocket of mud up here, level it out. Yes, it's right over there. We can level it out, get that all sorted. Now that should put us in good order. Yeah, you can see where it gets bad, it's right there. Where do I start having access to sand? Is somewhere close to here. Okay. Let's cover up this spot of mud here. That should do for that spot. And this is where they're actually getting stuck, even though it doesn't look as bad. But that's fine. Just dump a bunch of sand and call it a day. I'm sitting here. No reason not to. And one more for good measure. And I gotta get the bulldozer over here to flatten it all out. Is this the last map? No, I have one more map after this. This is the map before last. Okay. Then right down here, we're going to cut down the hill, get onto that road, and get back to business. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I would suspect tomorrow's stream we'll probably get to the last map. Because this one we have enough left to do on, I don't think we're going to get it done today. gonna work on it. We'll see how far. But unless we're gonna go over here, then it'd be like, oh no, okay, you just need to get this last thing done, which I very much doubt, because we found a decent amount more map. But once we get this map done, it'll be on to, what was it? Colonel, which is the last map. And then that'll be it for the game. So I think we'll play probably a full stream of RoadCraft tomorrow. And then maybe we'll do Rise of Industry 2 to start the next stream, and then jump over to RoadCraft for the latter part. And we're honestly getting down to the last little bit of RoadCraft before it's done. Like, there's no more. Which I don't regret at all, because, like I said, I mean, at this point, I played over 80 hours on the save, but there was some redo. Colonel could be hard enough to crack. It could be. We don't know. We don't really know what to expect from Colonel. My hope is that you're going to have a little bit of everything on the map, and that basically it's way more hands-off as far as like how you solve a bunch of problems. That, like, the idea being you've played through the game, they showed you how to do everything, you pretty much got all the tools you could want, so have at it. You know, again, get route from place A to B, that kind of thing. That honestly could be even an approach they take with it, is that, like, the whole idea is now you know enough to go solo or whatever, that you no longer have Kelly, like, over your shoulders. This has been your favorite map? This has been a very good map. I still think for the flow of the map, I like Incommunicado the most. As far as like the aesthetics of the map, I like Sunken the most, even though it's got some rough edges with some of the routing going on there. It's definitely a really good map though. It's definitely, I'd say for this tier, it's my favorite. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a quick tweak on the route when we grab the semis again. Just so I can make sure they don't get caught on that tree stump or that light pole. How far are you going to let me push that sand? Okay, so let's grab that route, do this. Yeah, so get you to go back onto the route. Go back over here. Scoot you back center, scoot you back center, scoot you back center. Alright, let's see how they do. Well, now I can't tell because the other truck rammed this one. It's spinning its tires a little because it's a little off the side, but as long as it makes forward progress enough to climb over, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think both of these will be fine. They're not going as fast as they potentially could. But I don't really care about that. All I care is they make it to the other side. Yeah, you're still moving forward. Okay, so now I just gotta snake through this area up there, and then this one's done. Which is still plenty of room for me to like have put a waypoint that just can't turn sharp enough, or I turn too sharp and the trailer catches on something. Plenty of opportunity for all that kind of nonsense. Looking pretty good though so far, though. And then I believe that's where we drop it off. And the white truck is following. It got gummed up a little bit, but it did make it through. I've got electricity to run everywhere. You have 5 broken pipe spots? Yeesh. And I got electricity to run pretty much everywhere on the map. Okay.
We have a few things that need doing here. First up, the old pump station is on its last legs. Could have guessed by its name. Name aside, you could still save it by finding a new pump and some spare parts. Next, we need a reliable source of steel pipes. Take a drive to the concrete plant in the north. One of our suppliers left a truck there, loaded with all the materials we need. Get behind its wheel and take it to the spot I've marked near the steel pipes facility. And if we want things running smoothly, the backup transformer station needs a steady supply of electricity. Drive over there and clear out the area. Then lay the cable to the main power substation.
Okay. I have not seen any issues where textures haven't loaded. But I'm not saying that's not an issue. Okay, so you've got one about getting a vehicle over there. I believe... I was gonna say, I believe we already had one of these over here. So this isn't my good one, but my good one's already staged somewhere else. Versus, you're close enough. We'll take the Rusty. We can just drive this up there real fast. Reveal that. Figure out what vehicle I should bring or whatever. Gotcha. Interesting. Don't know. Like, usually textures not loading can be performance issues kind of stuff. Alright. I'll try moving that. I'm hoping I don't need to put down even more sand down there. Oh yeah, no, if you're running a 1600, yeah, there's a good chance that that might be your culprit. The game's not actually that particularly intensive, but 1600's going back a ways. Weird because SnowRunner runs flawlessly. SnowRunner, as far as games go, how many years ago was SnowRunner? This is definitely a higher graphics game than... Or, you run a 1600 Super, it runs fine? Good to know. Yeah, but I haven't experienced... It's worth doing a Google search or whatever for it, or checking the... You know, checking the website for support or something like that. Yeah, and I haven't had any issues myself personally. So as much as I'd love to help, you know, I can't help you with what I'm not experiencing that easily. Not unless it's something painfully obvious. Yeah, but Mazda Freak mentioning that they're using the same video card with no problem. It also could be though, like, if your video card's been having issues like you've had a long time, Like, it might not even be a matter of, like, the card's not up to it so much as the card's, you know, getting worn out. Video cards are one of the components that tends to fail the most. Oh, yeah, no, it's, I can't speak for the 1660 Super, but these days, all, like, these games and graphics and all that, where they have, like, the auto-scaling and everything built into it, can't stand it. And it's a video card thing. Like, it's one of the first things I do in every game is just turn that crap off. It usually makes the game run so much worse for me. Which is ironic, because it's supposed to make things run way better. But that's the whole idea. You're supposed to be rendering a smaller amount and then upscaling it. And that's supposed to be better performance-wise. And I've never once had that work that way.
Now we need to borrow a pump and some components from this backup pump station. Then we can fix the main power substation.
Alright, so you got all that area up there. So we need to grab those and deliver those where? All the way the expletive down here. Okay, so for that one, probably our best bet is I should be able to just grab you from here. Crane, mule. Snowrunner still looks so good for being sold? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So this is kind of, if you look at SnowRunner, both Expeditions and this have kind of a newer version of the engine. And I don't know, I believe this is a newer iteration on the engine that Expedition even has. So like the textures, they can do much higher textures and all that. Like the amount of different, like the detail in the models and all that's higher. Now granted, there's a lot of people who don't like that they change the aesthetic to be cleaner on a lot of your vehicles and all that. But it is going to be higher system requirements. That said, I was under the impression it was not a substantial increase in system requirements. Oh, right. This is the road. I destroyed the road for one of our dare drops because I need a place I could ramp up here, and so we made a place to ramp. Okay. Also, before we get too far, let me just do a little test. Just drive around here just a teeny tiny bit. Okay. I was kind of hoping that by just driving around there after that last series of quests, it'd be like, hey, let's go ahead and let you unlock the industrial base. Because I'd really like to unlock the industrial base, because then I can start moving my machines up there directly instead of having to drive across the whole map. But this is probably to kind of like, you know, force you to have built your roads and all that. Because some of these roads we built were optional. All right. So 60 Super doesn't take much power supply. Yeah. I do hope you you get whatever your texture issues figured out. It's a very good game. Like, usually texture's not loading. I've seen that be like overheating, VRAM, that kind of stuff. Bad drivers are another certain possibility. Some games just have problems in themselves. Like ignoring everything else. Some games just happens. Could be settings as well. Okay, that one actually is activated. Plenty of things can cause it. Alright, so I need to get up here. There is a road right over there. Because that doesn't seem to go the way we want down here. Yeah, there's so many pipes to fix in that area. Okay. Then I'm gonna drive this all the way to the other side of the map for the drop-off. How's your day going? It's going good. We finished up Split Fiction with Tomb at the beginning, so the where we had for the subathon where I promised I'd play Split Fiction with Tomb. It took us 3 streams, but we got through the whole game. It was somewhere in the ballpark of about 12 hours. Very much enjoyed it. And otherwise, I've been working on the Deluge map, making solid progress. We've already built like 4 or 5 roads. I'm counting piles of sand doing the road. We got all our dare drops done. See, it is only 6 GB of VRAM. Should be enough for the minimum specs. Yeah, so it might be like really crank down all of the textures in the game to their bare minimum. And then also any of the stuff for like upscaling, make sure that crap's turned off, because that almost always goes wrong. About right for that style game? Yeah, no, the multiplayer like games like that. Ooh, alright, so okay. I was expecting that to be smaller. That's fine. I think we can still make this work. This will be the more problematic one, so I'm going to try and fill up the entire back of the vehicle with this, and then we'll do the thing where we counterbalance on the front that we shouldn't be doing. So this is going to be not the most expedient delivery. Slide you out from under there first. Did you have fun with it? Oh yeah. I had also played It Takes Two with Tomb. It's just that was before streaming. So it was just kind of one of those things. Okay, almost. There we go. First one locked in. Now's where things get messy. Okay, so we obviously can't go down that way. Where I need to get it is all the way down here. So I think the most realistic route is unfortunately to go right back down this way, cut across this way, come up this way, over there, cut all the way down this way, unfortunately. Maybe I can get up that side road. The point being, there is not an elegant road to do this. We just gotta go out of the way. So step one, where does this road that goes down this right side go? Oh, it goes into, like, this abyss of water and mud up here. So yeah, so that's not the answer. All right. So what I need to do is exit to the south. For some reason, you feel like cargo companies that deal with your packets do that? Absolutely. Is this the right road? Yeah, so we take this right. Remind you of your artifact delivery? The artifact delivery was something special. Just driving the Jeep with the artifact tethered behind it, just bouncing across the sand and rocks the whole way, and be like, yep. Price's archaeological artifact right there. Absolutely irreplaceable. One of a kind. Delivered expediently. So the problem I'm running into is it is heavy enough that it is causing the arm to swing, and when it does, bad things happen. Also, I keep trying to pick up the arm, and I'm just sinking into the mud deeper. Oh, we've done so much worse than this. This doesn't even begin to start with some of the crap we've done. I still think the favorite one I had was the transformer on the mule up the mountain pass using a steel pipe as a counterweight because I couldn't turn otherwise because it'd bounce. There we go. Once I'm off this mud road, it shouldn't be too bad. Carrying the fully... No, that was... We could save it. We could save it. I'm not tipped over too far yet. Let go of that. So the issue I have is it's merged into the ground, which is not particularly helpful. Come on, you're right there. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, exactly how the whole way is supposed to work. All right, so we will grab you again. And could I do this in 2 trips? Yes. Am I gonna do that? Hell no. Why are you struggling so hard right now? I just need to get out of this mud spot. We actually don't have much bad terrain the entire length, but this one spot is one of those few spots. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, that bend having all that mud there is a big ol' headache. It's fine. It is a real lumpy road, I'll say that much. Would it be faster to do 2 trips? Probably. Okay. Better have you turn downhill? Yeah, I mean, we got a long way to go, unfortunately. Because even though that is less than 1,000 meters away, I don't get to make a direct route. We're taking a very scenic route. It's just, it's what our options are. It's neat to get a second when we make a turn, because it does swings the way like a pendulum. Alright. So for here, yeah, we just follow the road down. Yeah, we're just following the road down. That's what's happening. I'm hoping you're not going my way. I think you're, yeah, you're going up there. So we'll just chill here for a moment, let them go by. First trying to maneuver off the road and doing all that kind of garbage, or having them slam into us and send us off to the side. Yeah, I think we're actually heavy enough in the front that our back wheels are lifting up when we stop. Which is making it kind of go forward in fits. Yeah, there's other vehicles that can handle the weight better, but I would need to bring up a separate crane. The Mule honestly does a really good job as like just an all-around, you want to move stuff vehicle. It's not the best at any of it, but like it can do most jobs at least okay. All right. Okay, so we take this road down, and then we go right. And now is where I might regret carving that away for the dare drop. Okay, we're fine. Okay, and that's nothing that we care about. think I can. I think I can. They did improve the pavers. Okay, so now I take the road that I made. Yeah, and they actually took the asphalt paver and all that. They got upgraded the last update. Because like the asphalt paver was just like sliding all over the place, just trying to go on even the slightest bit of terrain. They did give it quite a bit more leniency. It still can't just climb hills and all that, but at least driving on relatively flat sand, it doesn't really just struggle and get stuck anymore. It just leaves spots of sand. Gotcha. Now I do have one bad spot on this road that the vehicles were able to handle, so I was like, whatever. I believe it's... When did this rock get here? We didn't have a rock here before. Okay. Next bridge. Okay, so we go up and around here. That's our destination. Yeah, so we're just basically following this path to the right, which is going to get a little dodgy because it's more mud. But it's not as bad as the stuff we had earlier. At least I don't believe so. I don't know. That's actually looking pretty bad right there. No, 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 get it over, get it over, get it over. There's still time. There's still time. Let go of it. No, you went too far. And we stalled. Okay, the good news is we should be pretty close to what... I mean, we're actually like right between two of our bases. Do I have a vehicle nearby that can do anything with this? There's got a ton of vehicles up here. Oh, right, we got the little crane. Yeah, you'll do. And this is for a dare drop. I had to jump over a gap of water. So we got all that sorted. There we go. You did it? Yep. We did it. It took a little bit of work, but we got it. We have officially done, like, all of the dare drops. We had only 2 when we started today's stream left to do, and we got them all sorted. So after stream today, I'm going to make sure they're all submitted. And then after that, like, my hope would be to take anywhere from, like, 1 to, like, 5 days for that to go through. But then whatever the last stream we do of RoadCraft for right now, that we're on our last map, or we're feeling close enough that it's probably gonna be the last one. Then what I will do is I will give out all the keys we've earned through Dare Drop, which is at least 4 RoadCraft keys and a SnowRunner key, as well as a bunch of other keys that, you know, like the Surge 2 and a bunch of others. We'll just give a bunch of those all out. That is not how this is supposed to go. I guess I did not bring... I guess I do, like, need the big crane to properly get that out of the way. So I could do in the meantime... So I can park it, anchor it, do this, try to get as much of a straight shot as possible. You're not anchored to that anymore. That might actually work as well. Or it'll not help at all. My hope had been that that would have caught on it, because sometimes you can do weird stuff with physics and all that. What I want... Come on, you can do it. Okay. Yeah, I think I needed to have these two packages reversed. I think this pump I'm dragging is way heavier than the thing we have in the back. And so that's part of what's making this so awful. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Just keep wrenching it violently back onto its wheels. Okay, we're back on level ground. It's fine. Hey, Yorkshire, how's it going? Alright. So we're out of the mud again. So I just cut through this area. I'm doing well. Just working on delivering cargo completely in excess to what this vehicle is meant to handle. The only way of driving the mule. One second, I gotta reorient my package. Okay, alright, so it is straightforward. You go down this hill to the other bridge. We're almost there. I believe we're getting down to the home stretch. Alright, so let's see. For where we're going, I need to go up there. Now my choice, I can go all the way down here where we're going to get stuck in that mud, or I can try and zigzag up here where this is going to be dodgy. I think we're taking the path to the right. I think regardless of which way we take, it's going to be dodgy because we are not being responsible in how we're approaching this. And just being like, yeah, that seems about right. The old mule will always make it work. Don't you worry. Alright, so here in a second we're going to have the switchback. Alright, yeah, so there's my switchback. We take that down. Still around here, we can cut across into this area, and then it's clear sailing right there. It's a shame I don't feel comfortable just trying to drive up that hill. Without the big thing swung in there, no problem. But with that, I'm just going to catch every single tree on the way by, and it's going to be a whole big thing. There we go. Arrested our momentum. Take that right path. And hold up for just a moment, chat. Just gonna hit a button real fast to try and delay the next ad break as much as possible. Because I figure we can get this delivery all sorted out before that happens, but I gotta kick it down the road. As a content creator, I don't get to kick it much. I can only move it at the most 15 minutes at a time. And I can only do that so many times per stream. Alright. Okay, and then we'll be on the pavement for a while. That should make my life a little bit easier. Alright. So, we take this up this way. Oh crap, you're at the pumping station. That's fine. We're going down the cliff. I missed that it was at the pumping station, which there is not a road up here that goes down there. What I can do though is there is a building up here that has a cliff with some tree stumps down it. That gets pretty close. So as you can see, there's a cliff there. There's not really a good route to go down. And that's not where we drop down here. But my plan is straightforward with this one. Toss the cargo down and pick it up at the bottom. That's basically what I'm going to do, is I'm going to get up to this road here. Because I'm worried it'll get like stuck on a rock down there. But when we go over here, I'm just going to dump the, try and dump this down. And see if I can get it to roll down there, so I'm just dealing with my normal cargo. Because right here where this light, or this power pole is, That's already cut down here a couple of times. Oh, that's not going to be nearly steep enough to roll this down. Oh, that's going to be totally dodgy as all get out. It's almost enough weight. Almost enough weight to roll my vehicle end over end. Almost. Just barely not enough. Yep, so you can cut across here. I got it on time. Okay. That's fine. I want to turn here anyways, and that'll actually make my life a little bit easier. Yep, this is definitely how all of this is meant to be done. Okay, so what we can do here is use the arm just to shift our weight a little bit. Alright. And probably push off that pull to speed us up. But what I can do is I can drive over on the edge now. I'm not swinging that thing around. Oh, actually, I could probably just swing off of this entirely. There we go. Bring you back over here. I like how this thing, it's like, yeah, it's probably fragile. It's probably something to worry about, but you know, it's fine. Okay. So we'll just turning just around here. Any second now he should... Okay, I don't need to go in the water. It keeps going to the right. I was about to be like, wait, there's not supposed to be a big lake I gotta cross through. Alright, so just gotta keep going to the right here for just a little bit more. Now it'll take me to the actual road, and then we just drive right in. Okay. So I believe this is our turn. It is. Okay. I keep thinking we're like done with any place I gotta worry about crossing. And then saying like another mud pool. Okay, this one looks like if we just go in between these tree stumps over here, we'll be fine. Okay. It's a little slanted up here, which could be a problem. Come on. What the heck are you stuck on? Oh. My stilts are weirdly stuck. There you go. My stilts got like weirdly stuck engaged but not engaged. Like they're fully extended down, but they weren't fully expanded out. Okay. There's so many places along that way that would genuinely have been worth paving. All right. So, my assumption is the box on the back goes here, and then the thing I have attached on the front goes around the other side, because I did see a silhouette on the other side. So let's drop this, spin you around. Okay, that one successfully delivered. All right. Oh, I was not expecting to rebuild it. Okay, it looked like the same pumping station, but okay. Oh, is the water actually going down?
Okay, so now you've drained the water from the flooded settlement. No easy feat, by the way. Next thing to do is plot a route to the main power substation and repair it. Shouldn't be too hard, right? For you, at least.
Okay. With that said, though, chat, I've already gone about an hour over, and I do need to be wrapping up. So we'll be hopping back into this tomorrow. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I do imagine we're probably doing pretty good on this so far. Let me actually go to the hub and see what our percentage is. But yeah, I would suspect if I have a full stream of RoadCraft tomorrow, we can probably finish Deluge. I'm guessing we're like 30-40%, maybe 50%. Would just be my guess off the top of my head. 36%. But we have opened up most of the map and all that. So it is one of those things that while the map is mostly opened, I should be able to start going through there. We'll get our last base thing and all that. So I do suspect we'll finish Deluge probably by the end of stream tomorrow and then start Kernel, and then we'll get to see what that is. With all that said, for everyone who's, again, enjoyed my content, don't forget to drop the follow, find your way back here in the future and all that good stuff. If you're over on the YouTube side, the YouTube stream is going to be dropped abruptly because I don't have a host lined up. I need to figure that out, so I do apologize for everyone dealing with all that. But thank you again for tuning in. I hope you will subscribe and like and do all that stuff over there. Now, don't go anywhere if you're on the Twitch side, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and see who I can